Gamers. Gamers. How are we doing today? What's going on, Zero? And it's good to see you, TST. How you guys doing? Oh, brother. We're gonna do some actual coding. Not gonna lie though. Felt quite tempted to do some more music stuff today. I did some work last night when I should have been streaming, but I just felt like doing some music stuff. I recorded the vocals, but there's like a couple options now for how I want to process. I did. Usually I do like. I'm trying out this thing where I record like soft vocals and then I record like a more aggressive medium vocals, and I'm seeing which ones I like more, splicing them together, and then seeing where it goes. CC stream would be fun. Oh, Cozy Craft? Yeah, that would be fun. I think I have to do it at some point because I really want to do more stuff in Cozy Craft, but I find myself so busy. And I think the only time I'll actually block off time is if I was like, streaming it, if I'm gonna be real with you. Then we can design the economy of the game, and I can start going into CC tweaked. What's going on, Parker? Yeah, we're very, very early today, actually. Oh, man. But yeah, I'm like, I don't know. Through my life, throughout a year, I go through different phases. So some phases I'm like super into, whatchamacallit. Some days I'm like super into cars for whatever reason. And then other days I get really into, I don't know, music. And then other times I get really into finances. And right now I'm kind of in the middle of this like, a little bit of finance interest. Economics interest. But now we go to game dev. To call it a night, but it's okay because the coziness helps me unwind. Let's go, Parker. I mean, that's the goal for this. I think the goal for these streams is just to be kind of a relaxed, chill space. Relaxed, chill space. And hopefully provide some nice ambience as people wind down for the day. And I'm trying to get reoriented with this project. It hasn't been that long, but still, there's some ideas. I have dreams. I was having dreams. I was having a dream the other day, like either last night. I think it might have been last night or the night before that, but I think it was last night. Or I ended up doing the, I don't know, like, why I was dreaming about this, but I was dreaming about reworking this entity to be unpacked, to convert it from like a array of structures to instead of be a structure of arrays, and break these sub elements into their own individual arrays. I had a dream where I was like literally coding and implementing that, and then I was about to do the perf test on it, and then I think I either woke up or I went to a different dream. I don't think I'm gonna do that. I don't know. I think it's gonna be extra complexity for not much gain. It's gonna be extra complexity for not much gain. Like if I cared about cache line misses, then it's like, alright, maybe I'm going too crazy here. I don't think that's the biggest factor. Oh man. Yeah, I was like I was dreaming about that, and there's something else I was dreaming about. I think it was actually, we go back to the game board manager. I think I was also dreaming about modifying this, I was dreaming about hunting down the issue with the model. Cause I was like, in my dream, I narrowed it down to one issue being due to something in the update model function and something with how we're rounding things down, but I didn't quite get into it. But I was like walking through it in my brain. Anyways, let's just take a look at the game as is right now, and then we're gonna make some decisions about what we're gonna be implementing today. I think one thing I want to do for sure is like some level generation stuff. Let me even turn on the audio today. Why not? Let's be extra adventurous. What's going on, Lucas? Good to see you, man. And you can see like the level that's generated here. And like, we're gonna have to tweak it because it looks cool, but I want to encourage speed. But yeah, the object culling system is working way better now. I can't see stuff, can I? I can't see stuff. Let's actually disable things. I'm gonna turn down the master volume a little bit as well. Maybe I should have this pop up on pause only. Oh, you want to do that actually? Let's do that. Who has access to this? Let me see. Who has access to this? UI, game view. You have access to what? Just the HP and the brakes. That's not what I need. Where are you? Where are ya? This thing that's called model state. 1 second. I just want to have this be. Because I know for a fact there has to be something. Like I have a debug. Something that's populating this with the information that's needed for displaying it. Is it part of like the perf stuff? Yeah, I think it's part of the performance debugging script I have somewhere here. 'Cause these are your like placeholder stuff. It's not game view. Is it in the root one? I don't know, 1 second. i3, yeah, I'm using i3. Yeah, I'm making this game right now. One second, am I going crazy? This application, is it somewhere else? I don't know. Let's just go to, let's just type in debug and see what we get. Perf readings. Is it this one? Let's see. Nope. Log files. Do you have access to that texture? You know what? It's the game board. The game board has access to this. Yeah. It's the game board that has access to it. Okay. And what are we gonna do? Because I don't have to implement a whole interface just to get this behavior going. So I think what I'm gonna do instead is that where we set up the pausing to happen, we're gonna create like a signal and then have that be called to like the message bus or something. In fact, where are you? Do we not do that already? Oh, I think you can't do that because you don't have. I think our message broker, yeah, it's like within the actual concrete class, not in the base inherited class, which means, yeah. Then what can we do instead? We can do something like, or actually, an iObservable. What are we gonna use? Are we gonna use system, or should we use UniRx? and then we'll have an actual. Yeah, we need to do the actual. One second. This will be quick. And it should make things a bit convenient for me in the future. In fact, I might even do this for future stuff as well. And then, when we're calling or requesting a pause, and we do this. Is there an early return? No, there's no early return. So this is for requesting a pause and then requesting resume. I'm gonna do that here as well. Cool, and now I can go back to the game board. I could probably, we'll see. Yeah, this feels super roundabout, but no, not skip until. I'm gonna subscribe to every single on pause call invocation. Oh, what's going on? Sorry guys, let me read chat real quick. Yeah, Growbuck is great. What's IO Sevka? Geist Mono, since it takes up less vertical space. I learned my own deuce. What's going on, Mark? That's going good, Fun Mix Time. I'm not sure if you've been around, but I think I haven't seen like your username pop up in a minute. Though I've been really bad with reading chat, so I probably missed it. So what are we gonna do? Actually, I don't know. Something dumb. This feels dumb, but for right now, I'm just gonna do it. Because I think in general, it's gonna be easier than actually implementing an interface and registering yourself. I think if I get instances in this, it's fine. Cool. And then going back to game board. Oh wait, wrong thing. Because we're not just doing this. We have to do. The whole point is I can put it into my message broker. And do that. Yeah, ideally something that should just be merged with the actual pause module, but it is what it is. Now we can go to Game Board Manager and we can do something cool here. So on start, no, that's not a Messy Mansion. Receive. It's a private class. I forgot I did that, didn't I? Yeah, I don't want to do that. Let's go back to here. And move them to the top. And then I'll figure out what I want to do from there. And then going back down, where was I? Yeah, here in start. We can do our subscribe, and then here we're gonna do the actual thing of making, what is it, texture? I forgot, what is the thing? What's the actual level generators, path gen? Where do we set model to texture T? Wait, what? Model state texture. Okay, there we go. No. So when we pause, we want it to be set active to true. And when we resume, we want it to be hidden. And then by default, I want this hidden as well. Cool. Set hidden, subscribes, and then also you don't want to have double invocation, so we'll add it to this game object. So this auto disposes itself. Cool. That should just work, I think. So now we can, the level will be, the little texture will be summoned once we pause. But when we're playing, it's gonna be hidden and out of sight and out of mind. And we can just resume. How did the game go with Unity? Is it still work in progress? Which one? Dude, prior to this one, a bunch, Joy. It's been a bunch. I've done so many projects. I'm like in the middle of a recursive call where I had like a bigger project and then I did a smaller project and this is an even smaller project. So we pause. You can see level. Cool. Yeah, these paths need to be generated differently. It has to be wider. Oh my goodness, I'm getting knocked from around. So that's the thing we should probably work on today is tweaking this level generation algorithm a little bit. So the slopes are a bit more steeper as opposed to being super, or less steep as opposed to as steep as it is currently. And also maybe make the path thicker as well. Yeah, we need to do that. Let's do that. I think one of these things is gonna be simple though. Which it's gonna be just changing some parameters in this path gen function. So I think right now the path radius is 3. Let's increase it to like, I don't know, 8. And then as far as slope is concerned, I'm gonna change. It's a weird thing. I want to have, in general, less steep curves, the slopes, but I still want to have some that go really crazy so that you can explore the entirety of the cylinder as opposed to just a small section of it. And right now we're doing a random direction based off of this random range of half path count and positive half path count. That seems kind of dumb, if I'm gonna be real with you. So I think what we're gonna do instead is just multiply it by 0.5. Again, or really, instead of doing that, I could just do times 0.25, which make it a solid coefficient. And then see what that produces for us. And then go from there. Oh, what's going on here? Nessa Fabric, what's going on? The Scooter Sci-Fi one you worked in December, that's the one we're still working on, Fun Mix. That's the one we're still doing. Yeah, it's a great keyboard, I like it. It's either this or the split key. Have fun, I'm going back to reading ARM64 instructions. That sounds like fun. That sounds like you're finally getting to the... You're getting to the real stuff. I'm stuck in this abstracted land. Let me turn off... Okay, we're gonna do something real quick. Where's the audio? Where is the audio? I'm gonna lower down to master a little bit. Actually, I'm not sure how loud the audio is for you guys. Actually, I'm gonna make the music fade in way faster. I was just testing to see how the fade in thing works, but I'm pretty sure it works pretty well now. So I'm gonna leave it as is. Is loud? Okay, I'm gonna lower down then. I'm gonna lower it down then. So going back to audio. I'm gonna set the master volume to... Set it to 5. You know, I've been thinking, I kinda wanna... There's a guy who made a video about making a PS1 remake of this Japanese horror game. I forgot the name of it. But the thing that was cool about it, that struck out to me, is that people... Not only, like, people liked it, right? It's cool. But not only was he playing on the actual hardware, there's people playing it on mobile and playing it on their computers and playing it like, because you have PS1 emulators everywhere, right? And it kind of dawned on me like, huh, I don't have to use a like, sure, I can do my own game engine run, that's gonna be cool, but like, I could just write for old hardware and it's portable everywhere. It's portable everywhere. Why is this lagging so far? Wait, I have this running in the background, don't I? That's kind of dumb if that caused that issue, but also still feels a little loud. So let me go back to the audio. Maybe 0.3 for right now. But I'm like, huh, if I should just make a PS1 or PS1 game. And it's like totally viable, man. People can have emulators. Emulators run in there's an emulator for every platform, honestly. Like, maybe the most portable thing, portable platform to make your game for is, what is going on? Why is this performance terrible right now? Why is it like chugging? Why? That's so weird. Why are you chugging like that? Okay, now it's better. Okay, not as much obstacles. Yeah, it's a way bigger path. That'll do it. We need to do the particle effects too, and yeah, I think we're gonna have... What I'm gonna do... You know, we should go away from using websites. Because the whole point of using browsers for everything... Like, the reason we have Electron apps running... Like, the reason we have JavaScript running in the Windows operating system... is because it's like, alright, you can just write JavaScript code and it runs everywhere. It's portable, right? But how about this? What if we switch away from browsers and instead make our applications run on a PS1. You write it once for the PlayStation 1, it runs everywhere. It runs on mobile, it runs on desktop machines, it could probably run in your fridge. It runs on the PSP, it runs anywhere, man. It runs everywhere. That's all I'm saying, man. That's all I'm saying. Maybe we chose the wrong thing to make the universal platform. Maybe we should have used a PS1 for everything. Oh, man. I'm gonna play around with this a little bit, though. Path gen. Yep. Where's the radius? I know I've set the radius somewhere. Oh, right here. Okay, before it was 3 and it felt too small. 8 feels too big. Let's just try 5. Let's go 3 sizes down. Maybe that'll be the happy Goldilocks zone. Fatal Frame. Hey, what's going on, Jocko? What's going on, Maximus? There is still some retro. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, I remember in school, one of the big things that people would do is put emulators on their school computers and tablets and whatnot. Like, the emulation scene is still big, man. Maybe that's just how. I'm just saying, man, there's a vision here. There's a future. Contribute to the decomp project. Oh, yeah, there is a big decomp project that's going on for the PS1, isn't there? That's pretty cool. What is going on? That looks more natural. I want to see how this scales once we start going faster. Because like that, for example, is kind of an abrupt thing. Not as much obstacles, but when they do pop up, it's like, oh my goodness, it's kind of a big, it's kind of a big change. So if we get a faster vehicle, I imagine it'll be a bit more difficult. But you know what? I can always like change the algorithm to be to adapt with the maximum speed of your vehicle, so that it's like, you know, it's like possible to traverse it. It's possible to go at max speed without having to have instant transmission. I need to expand the range a little bit too. Yeah, I think I have to expand the range. We also have to get the coins working. The coins aren't popping up for some reason. I don't know why that's happening, so we're going to have to investigate that. Because the normal hazards are popping in largely. Ugh. Yeah, they're mostly popping in the way you want them to. Yeah. Let's see what we can do on that front. I think that's mostly traversable though. So I think I might leave that as is for now. Let me go to the game board real quick, and I want to do something here a little bit. Let's expand some of the constants. I need to reorganize things a bit more too. Yeah, because the left and right margin is just not. The right margin in particular is not as good. We want this to be like 28. Let's make it like 30 meters. What's going on, Zero Solo? You're trying to make a game, Alex. We're still not there yet, man. Still not there yet. The Argentina, good to see you, Jenny's. So we're gonna expand this a little bit, and then we're still having this issue where, let me see if there's any exceptions first of all. Actually, there's, oh, because we just stopped playing, didn't we? Let's see here. I'm gonna turn off the music as well, so before it gets old. I like it. I like my song, but I also just, I want to preserve it. I need to profile what's going on there too. That's weird. Okay, we have a bad result reading here. Only happens once. It's a bit strange. And you're happening. Oh, it's the unit test thing. That was like the unit. Because I was like testing for bad values. Yeah, no. We're actually good. We're good here. We don't need that actually anymore. Yeah, unit tests, quote unquote. Because I didn't want to set up a. I was too lazy to set up what was it? That C# thing. Well, you have to get NUnit, right? But you have to set up a NuGet for Unity, and I just screw that. I was just like, we're just gonna write our own testing framework, our own way of doing individual tests. I'm out of water already. Okay, there's a null reference there though. Now that's different, and there's a bunch of those. Okay, collapsed, and they're unique. That's not great. 135. Is it a different stack trace each time? CC. Oh, it's from the sprite. Oh, is the sprite renderer just failing? Oh, I think the objects are actually they do exist. It's just that they're. Oh. Animated materials is null, which means that this is being called before animated material exists, which means something might be like calling it out of order. I mean, we can do a simple thing of like, hey, there's no animated material. We just return early. And I'm assuming that's coming from the coin, which is why nothing's popping up there. That being said, games, where are you? Where is it? Gameplay, resources, pickups. You should have. You have the MCoin material sign. You have this. If you go to CC Sprite Render, you do have the sprite binder attached to you, so you should be good on that front as well. Interesting. Let's just try this out. Let's see if my little change can fix everything in the world. You're averaging 300 now. Last time it was like 20. For what? Like FPS? Looks crazy good. Thank you, man. What programs do you use? I'm using Unity right now, and then I use Writer for all my text editing, debugging, all that fun stuff. For C++ and C, I use CLion. Okay, so I'm not seeing no exceptions now, so that's nice. Is there any coins that exist here? Pickups container? None exist here. This is weird. Now if I were to pause the game, and let's actually look in here. Every single blue dot you see is where a coin is supposed to exist. So there, for sure, should be some coins here. I could really make a map out of this. I don't want to do that because I hate when games introduce a mini-map and you end up just looking at it more than the actual game itself or the actual world. It happened to me with Metal Gear Solid, where it's a pretty cool world, but you kind of end up just looking at the map because that's what has all the information you need to do the things you got to do. Yeah, this is very odd. Very, very odd. Coin sprite. Why is this? Wait, what? Why is the coin sprite null? That's not right. Yeah. I mean, we should still be getting some kind of. I guess I. Yeah, it's not set. I'm flabbergasted. Flabbergasted. Flummoxed even. I wonder if that's like causing an exception when it gets pulled from the object pool, and then that would explain stuff. Do you still have time to play games? I want to. I'm waiting to get my PS2 back from the shop. Yeah, there's no references happening. That's not great. That's not great. Wait, why are you reloading domain? Yeah, I really want to get back to playing games at some point, but I don't know, working on code is, or at least work on my games is way more attention grabbing for me. Like, games are nice, it's cool to play them, but at the same time, I don't know, I have this kind of like, I have this mindset right now where my time is, like, it feels like my time is the time of my youth is limited, right? And now while I have energy, I just kind of want to just work on realizing all these projects and ideas I have in mind before, I get a family or something like that, or, different obligations come up in my life. So I have like this fire right now just to just make these ideas I've had in my brain for a long time just come to reality, and then after I get like that stuff off, I can take the time I want to catch up on video games. I don't know. Maybe it's a workaholic thing. Is there any issues with you? Nope, you're a correct asset. There's no normal texture for you. Frame count is 4 also. You're supposed to be, that information's incorrect, so that even if it did pop up, it would have been wrong. Frame count of 4, cell count X 4, cell count Y 1, speed 4, loop, yeah. That is the information that should be there. Your standard unlit sprite. You should just behave the way you should. This should be 64, I believe. At least. Maybe even 128, actually. Yeah, 128. I was actually 100% right. It's on 128. Okay. I'm hoping this is everything that's needed. If I go through here, is there anything else that can go wrong during... Yeah, because we assign entity, we do the basic init if it's possible, and then we do the switch case, and then in here within coin pickup, we assign the material and we set the sprite renderer set sprite to coin sprite. So yeah, that if there's any null references that happen here, it would stop the initialization, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So let's just try it and see if that fixes things. Your Mega Man type game? No, that's in the back burner. That's the game engine project. I feel like I need to finish before I can jump to my game engine. I feel like I need to finish a game, even a simple game. Like if I can't finish and complete a simple game project, like at least in my mind, like how can I have the ambition to try to finish a game plus an engine, right? If I can't get a simple game done. So I want to get a simple game done first, and then maybe get another game done before that, and then eventually jump ship to my game engine and make that Mega Man style game that I so desire to make. So line 73. So now this is not null, but we enter here. And when we enter here, what is null? 135. This guy is null. Target material, texture. Ooh, and the material is not set. That's interesting. Do we do things out of order? Well, first of all, this should be instance. So that's kind of important. Second of all, so if it is true, we return early. Otherwise, we get these components. That's cool. We set up the pickup behavior. Yep. Mark that as true. Yep. That's going to initialize the false. Yep, we're good there. Yeah, it's like these things are running out of in a different order. Animated material, set sprite. Yeah. I have to just change the script execution order to make sure that the animated material, the CC sprite renderer, happens after the default time to ensure that like the main script has an opportunity to do its thing. It isn't a downer for you that if you have success on a video game on Unity, they take part of your earning. I mean, I don't, not really, because you have to get to a certain threshold. And it's a pretty high threshold, honestly. Like, if I get to that point, it's like, all right, that's a problem that's worth... I'm perfectly happy to deal with. I'm perfectly happy to deal with that problem. I don't like that the future of my game is beholden to Unity, or whatever game engine, off-the-shelf engine I use, which is why I want to do my own, but that's a whole separate conversation. All right, let's just see if this fixes things at all. Kind of don't like it because I kind of want this to be. This is a part that this is a script I use a lot, and I want it to be way more robust than it currently is. And this feels just kind of unacceptable. So what part of it is null here? Let's actually do this. Let's see where things fall. So you have target material. and then main texture. So it's one of these that have to be null. So let's find out what it is. Okay. Yeah, IBM keyboard. Eggs are great, dude. I like eggs. And turtles are cool, dude. I dig those as well. Is Minecraft mods a good moneymaker? I have no idea, man, to be honest. It's kind of wild how big the world of modding in Minecraft is. I know, so we're making a Minecraft server for the Discord, for the Cozy Cabin Games Discord, but right now it's like a private thing right now until we set up a bunch of stuff. But it's kind of funny because I'm like, we can just go wild with this. Like I could we're talking, I can introduce an economy to the game and like introduce taxes. and we could add like the Cozy Cabin Games Federal Reserve and issue cozy bonds. You know, you like introduce kids to an economy, the real economy. We have inflation. I'm memeing, but at the same time, like, it would be kind of cool to implement that. Like, I would go to Minecraft modding just to do something stupid like that. Like, introduce it. It'll be funny. Like, it'll be cool if you can actually form companies and then actually have them go IPO, and then we can have like a securities and stock ticker like in the public square. So like we could, I mean, think about it, right? Like there's a bunch of games that introduce gambling to kids. At least my mod is gonna introduce gambling to kids in a way that can equip them to do it professionally. And then you can have claims, but have the claims have like mortgages to them. It wouldn't be a 30-year one. It would be like a 30-day thing. So you can have like 30-day fixed term mortgages, or maybe 15-day fixed terms for people who are willing to pay more. And then like for the depraved people, we can have adjustable rate plot claim mortgages. And then we can start slowly architect all the different instruments of the 2008 recession. So we start with just introducing mortgages, and then we can do like, we can start introducing mortgage-backed securities, and then and I'm not going to regulate it, right? So we're gonna have some crazy deranged mortgages, and then we can have people reinvent CDOs, collateralized debt obligations. It'll be great. I can't wait to see the Cozy Cabin Games Great Recession in Minecraft. What was it? Was it 137 that caused the problem? Yeah, this one. So main texture is null. Gotcha. So what do we do here? How do we handle this case where main texture is null? Who's supposed to assign it? Like, what's the behavior we're going to have here? It's animated sprite, so it's assuming there has to be a texture assigned to it. I mean, let's just do the dumb thing of like having did the JavaScript thing by accident. Yeah, allow this to get fixed next frame. Let's see if this little dumb thing fixes it. If that's a cause, then I'll have to figure out a proper solution to that. Getting coding off YouTube a couple years ago. It lasted for maybe 4 hours, but this stuff doesn't make any sense to me. It just takes time. It's an acquired thing. Like, I've been doing this for 15 years, and I think only in the past 4 years did I actually start getting to this, just being able to comprehend what I'm doing now. Like 4 years ago, I'd struggle to comprehend what I'm doing, and then, you know, it just takes time. It just takes time. Did I re-import it? Let's make sure. It's Minecraft. It's not that complicated, but that's the thing. We can make it more complicated, DKF. Like, people play Minecraft the way they want to, right? Why can't I just have a really like have this Minecraft server with this weirdly intricate financial system in there? Oh man, that just sounds hilarious to me. Okay, let's see what we got going on. I'm still not seeing anything, but let's just see if at least we're having objects pop up. Because we know there's some objects that should be popping up here. None are popping in here. Interesting. Let's see. Yeah, nothing of note. So this doesn't have anything to do with has nothing to do with the initialization stack, but rather, are we just simply not calling these objects at all? It would seem like that's the case. Because we clearly should have multiple objects appearing at this point. If we were to zoom in real quick. Yeah, there should be plenty of objects visible. So, okay. Another layer of things to debug, potentially. Yeah, it's missing object reference, but that's not that big deal. So let me see something. We have create entity. We have this. We have this. We should assert that this is true. Like, we should never have a issue with this. Like, there should be coins existing. We request it from the object pool, pickups. And then if it's true, we do this operation. We do pick up assign entity 1. I want to have this in case the coin does get generated. That way we can at least see that something's happening. But yeah, we request it from the pool. If it's true, then we assign the entity to it, the value that's tied to it, and then we do set the new game object to this and name it by its type. And if this doesn't go off at all, like there's no failure nor printout, that means that we're not even entering this part here, which means that the entity value passed in here for some reason isn't never the type we want it to be. Now that would be weird because we were directly reading the index from model, so that'd be very weird. Actually, yeah, no, that's happening too. So let's find out. Cozy Economics 101. Yeah, guys, let's talk about index funds. Let's talk about stocks versus bonds. I know some people watch the stream to go to sleep. That would be the perfect thing. I have a book there. I still have a book there from when I was studying this. I took a single class in this, and I failed it, but I still learned a lot from it. It was a great educational class. in front of you when your hands are hovering over it. What are you talking about? I hear someone typing the actual coding in the background when you're not touching the keyboard. That is literally in front of you when your hands are hovering over it. I don't know, man. Something to tap it like this? I don't know, man. Alright, let's see. It says coin generated. So you're hearing someone, I exist, Dad. And so we go back to the pool. We go to pick up containers. This existed for like a second and that's it. And nothing else. So that's concerning. That's not great. That is not good at all, man. What's going on, Hassan? What do you mean a lazy excuse? What's going on here? Okay. If we look at the little console log, this is only called once. Maybe, you know what I can do to try debugging this? We can have the player output every single... Oh, the fireplace stopped for a second. Whoopsie. To the beginning with you. Okay, so what we're gonna do, let's debug this. How do I want to debug this actually? Who do I want to debug this with? We can do, who would be the ideal person to handle this responsibility? Because I think at the end of the day, I want to output something to a text mesh probe, but I don't have it. I guess we can outbug, we could just print out. Print current, I guess. Player entity. Okay, and then we get what? I think we have. So we have some functions. We have a function. I think calc_y specifically that does this conversion for the player's position. It gets the player's y position, I think, at some point. Yeah, it gets the player's y row. And that is actually going to be a utility here. So we can yoink that. And what do we do? That's going to give only the one component though. So we get the player, we get the current angle, mod by 360. Then that ensures it's within range. And then we do player divided by 360 depending on if it's negative or positive, and then that's going to produce a normalized value from 0 to 1, and then we can multiply that 0 to 1 value by the total size of the board, and that's going to get the y coordinate for the player. Cool. And then we need to get the x coordinate for the player, and that's much more straightforward because the player's x coordinate is tied to the actual world space x coordinates. So you can easily just, yeah, this right here. So we get position.x divided by board cell height. I'm gonna rename this to player y, and then player x. Cool. So we have player y and player x, and then we have these board. What was it? Model utilities. or buffer. I think it's called buffer utilities. Yeah, buffer utilities. And then get index, and we can provide, I mean, it wants a vector 2, but we can also do a, I'll just do an override for this. That takes in like an X and Y explicitly. What? Wait. I have a function here. That given vector 3, a world space vector 3 position, buffer X, it gets a function. Wait a second. Row to index to int position.x divided by. Okay, so that's doing that. The more complicated one is y, though. What do you do? Math f round to int, math f get utilities from position x zy 360. Oh, it's kind of doing the same thing. It seems simpler, but I think it might not cover the same edge cases as the other implementation. Oh, that's so odd and weird. No, that's not what I want at all. I'm looking for a simple utility that turns whoops. I'm not sure that's a whoops. Might be a different usage over there. I just want to get, because there's a way to, like in the level generator. Is it in the level generator class? I know there's a way to, all I want to do is take an X and a Y index space coordinate and convert it into the unwrapped, unrolled version. I know that exists somewhere. Here we're doing the math explicitly because we're iterating through steps, so we don't actually use that function. But what about here? What about when we build the map? So we have this, buffer utilities to index x, y. Okay, so this is the function I'm looking for. And it isn't buffer utilities. I just have a dump. It's not even overload. It's just one called get index and the other one's to index. Oh my goodness. And it does have the X and Y. So we went on this. Oh my goodness. We went on this little goose chase for no reason. May not no reason, but because now it kind of highlighted some stuff I need to change. Wait, what? Wait. Why are you? You know, I'm not gonna question it. I'm just not gonna. Maybe they're both errors, and I just didn't recognize that. Yeah, we're good. Okay, cool. We're good here, and then. We get index, and then we can return model. And that should be fine. I think we should be good there. And then every single update, we're gonna just do I'm just gonna print this out. Maybe let's give some good insight as well. And then as for entity, we're gonna have to do something here because I don't think we have a toString implementation for you, so we're gonna do one right now. Yeah, override toString. How do I want to have information structured here? Probably start with type. Actually, maybe start with coordinate. Actually, you know what? No, type is more interesting. Okay, and then we're gonna do I think that's fine. And then we can have the is alive thing as well. Because why not be more verbose about it? Cool, so we have this, and now it should just work. Okay, let me re-import this and then see what we get. And it should be a single line so we can see it from the bottom of the screen. Let me catch up in chat real quick, guys. What about the Z position? Yeah, so no Z-axis. I mean, yeah, it's a weird thing. It is a 3D game, but we're mapping 3D space to 2D because we're rotating around a torus, or a cylinder. My bad, not a torus, a cylinder. Thank you, BMAD. Yeah, toString. Did you do test? I have some unit tests, quote unquote. But I'm too lazy to actually do proper tests. Type chords, marital status, favorite color. I'm out of water. I need some water, dude. I mean, hi, Parth. This is a real dude. I'm coding on this. This is for realsies. I mean, I could turn the TV on and off if that makes... I'm not sure how that makes it more believable, because you think I'm doing like AI to generate this, then like you can probably do something with that. But I mean, it's a real thing. There's multiple cams too that are synced, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So okay, we re-imported. I'm not going to re-import thrice. Let's just run it. Here's the info for the setup, the general stuff. 1 second. So what's going on here? So we're occupying a bunch of free spaces. Coin pickup was right there. So we just passed by a space where coin pickup was. So we are encountering spaces that are coin pickups. So, interesting. And even though we pass these spaces that are coin pickups, how many of them are actually... We pass by a number of them. Different coordinates, but yeah. Still there. So, okay. So even though we're for sure passing over these spaces, we're not getting the things we want. Why is that the case? And I think that we're finding the failures happening upper, like more and more. It's happening in like where I dreamt of it happening in the model function. So let's see if that comes to fruition. But we're not getting this function, this coin generated thing in the call stack. Which means even though we're stepping over cells that should have a coin on them. Wait, alive is marked as false. Wait a second. Live is true. Never mind. It's true. These are all true. All marked as true. Interesting. Okay, so that's not the issue. Hold the phone. We have negative Y values. And for indexing it, wait, 1 second. Would that cause, it should cause an issue, because I'm pretty sure for index space, it's supposed to be, they should all be positive values. And yet the coordinate, also, and yet, like, we're not getting an index outer range exception, so that's also weird. Is my toString function correct? Like, what do we have here? Position.x, position.y. Yeah, that's correct. No negative concatenated here. So it legitimately has a negative value. And yet somehow we're indexing into it fine. How does that happen? How does that happen? Update model. Let's go down here. Are you doing something magical to fix things? Nope, you're just doing X. Oh. The Y value is added, not multiplied. Meaning that if this X value is a significantly large enough, then this negative value is not going to cause an issue because it's going to be big enough to be still within range. Oh. That means the values we're setting for the int on the map generation is invalid. Which is even weirder because it looks good on the actual generated thing, but it's not. Or at least it's not going to be, it's never going to be iterated over in model, because model always iterates through a positive value range, not a negative value range. Oh my goodness. Meaning, oh, I see now. I can see clearly. Meaning that how we calculate the Y value for player is no. The value we're assigning to entity is incorrect, which is an issue and fault of the game board. Level generator. Yeah, that's the issue here. So where is coin being generated? Yeah, place coin. We take in some kind of X and Y value. What X and Y value are we taking in anyways? Let me catch up in chat real quick. My bad, guys. Yeah, no. So here's the deal. We're not going to talk about AI. So goodbye. We're not going to. Yeah, we're not doing that. It's a pretty well known thing on this stream. We don't do that. Oh no, just spent around 5 hours of the same issue, not doing mid optimizations. I'm glad, Dreamer. That's the whole goal here. Yeah. So I'm not gonna really talk about it in general. I think I've talked way more than I should about it. So that's just my policy for here on out, and I'm just gonna be sticking to it. We're here to watch. We're just here to hang out, chill. I'm making a game. We're coding it. It's all good, man. It's all gravy. What are we doing here? So the value here is wrong. I can try sanitizing the Y value here. That's an option. We can do that. I could sanitize it. So instead of just throwing Y in here, we can be like, hey, something's clearly gone wrong up there, but we're not going to allow that to happen. That is strange, though. Now that I think about it, because that means these entities also have wrong values. Like final index is calculated. No, this is calculated in a particular way. Wait a second. What are we using Y for in general? Like, we're using it for this component, but like, here we're using new Y. We have min index. Which is like going to be the top, the starting point of the it's like essentially 0. You can think about it essentially as like the 0 element. And then like we have new Y plus the brush offset. These terms are essentially the Y value. And it's being wrapped here. So it's like, I think we introduced this Y value for convenience. We updated the actual representation here, but they never updated the rest of them. So we're just putting wrong Y values in there. So it's indexed. The index is getting set correctly, but we never, oh brother. Okay, now we know. Now we know. And then, is there anywhere else we use? We don't use Y literally anywhere. I introduced this for convenience and then promptly never used it. So let's kind of rectify that to make sure behavior is just kind of unified. So we're going to have Y be represented by those terms together, and then we're just going to add Y to this, and then now everything should be hunky-dory in our life. Hunky-dory. Okay, let's try this out now. And hopefully all these indices are going to be within a positive range. All right, and start, and we're going to be gravy. This is it. Okay, it's not it. It's not. We still have negative values. That's not great. So something else is going wrong. We're stumbling over coin pickups, but they're not existing. Let's check something real quick while we're at it as well. None of them are being spawned in, right? No. It's still a negative value, so they're not gonna. Okay, so we're getting closer. We're getting closer. Let's figure out why there's these negative values here, though. I'm afraid we're gonna have to do some math. Min index, what are you equal to? X times height. Cool. cool. I wrote this. I don't know what is height. You're a you exist for convenience. And I made you not convenient by not making what you represent clear. If it's a constant, I'd recognize, oh, this is the actual board height and board. I just don't want to have to deal with that. Maybe I should just do it. Have verbose code, who cares? Alright, min is equal to x times height, and then min index, the max index is min index plus height minus 1. That makes sense to me so far. Yeah. So these should be for sure positive then. For sure positive. And then what happens when we get to here? When we get to calculating the y. Y equals new y plus brush offset. So let's find out what's new y. What is new y? Who are you? Okay. New y is math wrap last y plus direction. Okay, so the last value, y value, plus a given direction. And we're wrapping it from 0 to height. So this should be an absolutely, like, that should be a positive range. 100%. Like, we can just be sure, but yeah, that's 128, yeah. No, not level assets. So, okay. That's something. So, okay. Now, the only way this can be I mean, we're doing math. Unless my math wrap function is not working great, or like we have a negative value and it doesn't wrap. In fact, let's just go to the tests. Math utilities test. What is a test? Do we test? Yep, negative values, and this works. So if it's -2, it's gonna wrap around to 8. Yeah. I mean, we can test like more egregious examples, but where it's like multiple windings to be sure. But in fact, let's find the values for a particular failing case and then go from there. Let me close some stuff real quick. I'm getting a little claustrophobic right now. There's like too many buffers open that we just don't need right now, or we can easily access if we need it again. There we go, that feels better already. What's going on here? Still in Windows 10, but I hope I could possibly build a Windows 11 computer. Oh, tragic. I bought for the computer is a GeForce RTX 4060. Hey, that's pretty good, man. Put a breakpoint. I'm a non-game dev. You could do that, but to inspect the values. But I'd rather have like a larger suite of tests for this case if it's being weird. I just want to inspect that value. This is the wrong file. We are supposed to be in level generator. Also, breakpoints are weird on my setup for some reason. Either the aspect ratio or just my desktop environment with i3 and other things. So there's been times where I did breakpoint and then my system got taken hostage. I still do breakpoints, but it's just I find myself being a bit more cautious about using them. let's see here. I think it should be fine, honestly. I haven't had an incident with that in a long time. Free space. And I just verify too that everything's good here and as expected, and seems to be so I'm not gonna dwell too much on this. It seems very much just boilerplate. So we're good. Alright, 1 second guys. Let me get some water. Let me get some water real quick. No, 1 second. Yeah, I need to drink something, man. I need some water. It's not good to be doing these long dev sessions. 1 second. Let me get some water. Oops. All right. Got a little bit of water. Do I have chips somewhere? I thought I got chips here. Let me snack and munch on something real quick. I'm usually good about not eating during streams, but I do long sessions, man. And I think it's like starting to catch up with me. Going like 5 hours without eating. And just sustaining myself on water. Pardon me, just a few more bites and then I'm gonna get back to it. Let me think through this as well while we're doing that. Yup, I'm scrolling up and down and I'm not understanding what the culprit here. Maybe that's what we do. Actually, I want to trigger it in this specific case scenario. Yeah, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna check to see. We're gonna do like an assertion. That way, the first sign of like a negative value, we can just check that out instead of having false positives on breakpoint. Make sure we do that too, but. Alright. That's the last of it. I mean, there's still a little bit more, but I'm satiated for now. Alright. This is what we're gonna do. Let's even check to see if there's even like, if we're even getting a negative value. Because I feel like mathematically, if my wrap function is doing what it's supposed to do, it should just not be possible to have negatives. But let's just do it. Okay, let's actually type. And then if it fails to do so, let's actually get some insight into the math that's going on here, which is going to be y equals to and then what's going on here. brush offset. Oh, you know what? We assign Y. No, actually, this is final index. But if the Y value, because we're iterating this brush offset, because we're generating a path, right? This is what this is, and it's essentially just you're basically having a brush that's moving across the canvas, and this final inner loop is the radius of that brush size for how thick it is, and we're iterating through negative half radius to positive. No, not half radius. Negative radius to positive radius, right? And that means we're introducing a negative value here, and that means that there exists a possibility for a value when you do new Y plus brush offset. Here, brush offset can be a negative number and potentially big enough to cause the total sum to be negative, meaning that I should maybe do a clamp instead here. Maybe that's the cause of this. I mean, I would still like to verify this is the case, so I'm not going to introduce a clamp yet. I would like to have some confirmation that this is indeed happening here and that these are the values that are triggering it. And if that's the case, then we just have to do like a clamp 0 to the maximum buffer range for Y. So I think that should be actually fine. I think that's the issue. No, I'm a person, Juan. Yeah, this clock, these types of clocks are not really accurate. There's a lot of variability in them. And that's kind of the price you pay for something that looks kind of cool. You sacrifice some accuracy. That's why I have a proper watch on my wrist. Oh my goodness, that was the issue. Wait, what? Wait. Wait a second. Did I fix the issue already? Like, did I fix the issue already and it just didn't compile? So I was running the old version instead of the new version? Oh my freaking goodness. No, but this is still up, which means something failed. Something's failed actually. There should be, yeah, there's an error here. So yeah, no, the scenario I propose, which is happening here, -5, is indeed happening. So okay, no, we were right. We were right. We didn't fix it. It's just that it's causing an error that allows the non-failing values to work fine. But okay, that was the issue, which means we just have to clamp it. So if you're, or do we clamp it? Or do we wrap it? I think we actually have to wrap it around. Yeah, because keep in mind, this is not a flat board where it just ends, or each side ends explicitly. This wraps around. Even though it's like a 2D array we're iterating through, they're actually wrapped around this cylinder. Meaning that once you get to the seam, it shouldn't just cut off there. It should wrap around to the bottom. So like, there's like this index 0, and then wrapping around, and it gets eventually to y equals 128. So like here's y is 0, and then wraps around to y equals 128, and then you add more. It shouldn't stay at 128. It should be, you know, if you're doing 10, then it should be like 10 over here. So actually, I think we have to do a wrap value instead of a clamp value, but the idea is the same. Oh, that's a simple thing. That's a simple thing. And it means another point to my math utility functions. They're working as intended, and that makes me very happy. Yeah, it should be 0 and then height, I believe, because height is the max number of indices, if I'm not mistaken, unless it's height -1. It might be that. It might be that. Do we do this? Yeah, okay, yeah, okay, we're good here. We're good here. Okay, let's try this out again. We're gonna recompile, and then life is gonna be beautiful, man. Didn't update the script. I actually think I did. That was my first hunch, but that assertion proved that the script did recompile. It's just that when you throw exceptions, I think it stopped, I don't know. I think, it probably stopped the culling. That's probably what happened. That's exactly what happened, is that exception happened at the top of the update function. So the objects existed, but they weren't culled. No, it wouldn't be at the top of the function, it would be top at... Huh. That's actually strange. I'm actually... Huh. I don't know, actually, why that would be the case. Okay. Also, these coin animations should be playing, so that's also not good. I mean, it's cool that they're working, though. They're being picked up. But, yeah, there's no errors. That's cool. I like that. To be a cylinder? Yeah, the map is a cylinder, actually. So if I play the game right now and we go backwards, you're going to see that the world actually exists on a cylinder with a proper, like, day and night side. I can't wait, because we're just in the land of implementing assets right now. But you can see the cross-section of the cylinder. Yeah, but right now we're in the land of asset implementation, or system implementation, so I can't work on making cool, fun assets, but this does exist. This does exist. Though there's some other errors happening here. And there's some things that are being prematurely culled. I wonder if part of the premature culling is coming from and there's an index outer range exception here in game board. Where? 207. Ooh, so there's a value that's outside of range. Okay, so maybe it's board height -1. That might be the case. Let's go to the math wrap function might be failing there. Here we go. I guess this is specifying the index, so that's why it has to be only the indices. I think my wrap function's inclusive on both ends, so that's probably why. I'm hoping that's the case. Yeah, because if it was, yeah, because it's overflowing. So this assertion wouldn't have caught it. Which, by the way, we can get rid of this. Actually doesn't really matter. But I'll deal with that later. You want them? Yeah. Well, listen to parameters downwards. I used to be a hater of that, but it's just grown to be the thing that makes the most sense for me. It's like I want to minimize how much my eye has to travel horizontally. Okay, why are we doing this? We're gonna have to perf this because I need to understand why we're stuttering. If that's from the game, I doubt it's from the game because I know we went through a lot of effort to like make this go fast, and it went fast for a while. And now it's like smooth, so I think there might be something weird in my system. But hey, okay. We also have to make sure, so if I go backwards, so if I collect this, I never mark it as unalive, so I can keep infinitely collecting it. Yup. So that's the next step we need to do. We also should probably fix the animations. That would be a good idea. That would be a good idea. I wonder why this is not playing. This is very strange to me. Because setting sprite should be more than enough to make this do its thing. Aside from that though, on pickup, yeah, this guy here, we need to add the additional behavior of marking the model as, you know, hey, this spot's been cleaned up, so mark it as not alive. There's a couple ways we can do it. We can do the message broker approach and like broadcast events, like board events to it. That might be the easiest thing actually. Because then like anyone can invoke changes to the board without having to have access to the game board manager. It just is. Board space cleared, for example, is an easy thing we can have, and it can just have a vector 2 chord and then stop compiling prematurely, let me finish. And then on start, you can have another receive. And I'm going to rename this actually to make sure that this is clear that it's a message. And then with this, it's gonna have a chord, so we have to do buffer utilities to index, and then we're gonna use x.chord. Of course. Okay. This is coming up enough times to be just to warrant an overload. Okay, are we good there? In fact, why even stop here? Because we're dealing with vector 2 anyways. So why not just pass this, right? Cool. And this becomes a little bit more readable. And then, why are you mad at me? Right. So what I can do, I can mark it as just not alive. That'd be the simplest thing. We can still preserve the element that was there. There's some other things we can do, but I think that's fine for now. I think I'm gonna do something here just for simplicity. Honestly, that's a single field thing. Like, who cares? Go to pickup. And then we can do, before we return to the pool, we can do NFNF, application, instance, message broker, publish, and then new, board space cleared. See, this is what I wanted with parameter, actually. Now I can just pass in position. Cool. We're good. So now when we pick up the item, it should mark it on the map as cleared, and then when we re-enter the space, it's not gonna just resurrect it back to life. It's gonna remain collected. That should be the goat here. Yeah, no cloud. And in general, just no AI. Heavy 3D game. It's a 2D game, but the way I'm presenting it has forced me to do a lot more 3D stuff than I would have expected. But it's also kind of not. It's very odd, man. Very odd. Don't need that anymore either. I did use a profiler, Dr. Lob Shots. In fact, that's why I kind of implemented things the way I've done. We had a stream I think like last week, where I was dealing with some performance issues, because this is meant for mobile, so I want to make sure that this hits a certain, at least like 30 FPS consistently on there. And there's a potential of having a large volume of objects. And I introduced this whole object culling thing and this model thing, and let me see if I can find it. Or is it in projects? Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, we had a whole thing where we were going through the profiler and then deciding, like, finding out where the bottleneck is and then going through speeding it up. Yeah, perf data here. So yeah, like the original implementation took 12 milliseconds. And after we've done a couple rounds of profiling and then like doing different implementations, we brought it from like 12 milliseconds total to like 1.33 milliseconds total. That's like the total here is like significantly faster than the total here, which was pretty nuts. That was actually really fun. That was like, okay, cool. And then we didn't even use the burst compiler or anything. That's just like writing and it's just a matter of structuring memory in a way that's much more cache friendly and requires less having to go to memory and all that stuff. It was really cool. Yeah, so that's part of it, Dr. Lob Shots. So we have an object pool, but so like this update thing you're looking at, there's two sides of this. It's an object culling and then object, it's a model update, right? So we have like this very small representation in memory. It's basically a large array that represents the actual state of the board, and the individual elements are very small. It's a very small struct. So it could be very big, but doesn't take up much memory. And you can index into it given the position in a world. It's not directly using the X and Y to index into it. You use the X and then you calculate an angle for Y, and that's how you index into this array. But that's the idea, right? And with that, we can figure out based off where the player is, what objects in this board have to be brought to life, have to be pulled from the pool and represented here. And then there's the other half of this, which is the culling, which is like, all right, we can also figure out which objects are outside of this range and have to be returned to the pool. So that was like the thing that was taking. So we had to implement that to make having a bunch of objects like feasible in this game, right? Without having to actually have a bunch of instances. But that process was still very slow. So that's what this whole round of different iteration was about, making the model updates and the object culling faster. Pretty fun. It's nice to kind of go in C# and be like, yeah, we're gonna write this as if we're in C, kind of. No, I'm using Rider. It's a Unity C# game. Graphics card. NVIDIA RTX 5060. That's what I'm using right now. I should really be more confident in that. It comes up in the stream, but I keep forgetting. But yeah, that's what I'm rocking right now. So, let's see here. Yeah, the 2D to 3D. That's the coolest part, is that 2D to 3D projection. I guess not necessarily a projection, but just a remapping of value. We're still using the X world space X position to map into the array, but then it's also like we calculate angle from the Y position, and then I think we cache angle internally. But then for other things, we have to actually calculate the angle explicitly from that. Either way, you get the idea. It's pretty cool. And then there's like the other thing where it's like we're not using a 2D array, we're just using a single array and then like doing the math to index into it. Fun stuff. Anyways, so we did this. Let's see if this actually works and if objects remain collected after the fact. No, not refresh. I want to do re-import that single file, and then hopefully that triggers reloading domain, and then hopefully we can just run and everything's good. Come on. Let's see. Okay, so we have these objects here. I'm not sure why it's being so choppy today, though. So you collect a couple objects here. We're gonna profile this. I want to see if this is something I'm doing wrong or if it's just something weird with my system. But yeah, the objects remain dead. Nice. There's some things that are incorrectly getting cold. I need to deal with that. I wonder if it's some more oddities with position, the entity positions, because there's some things that are either prematurely getting cold or it's not consistent either. It's like one or two objects. It's not a whole suite of them. So that's a bit weird still, but it's working far more consistently. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is that somehow we're still making an error in how we calculate the index, or how we calculate the x and y coordinates in index space, and then they're getting improperly culled because they're for some reason a value that's outside our range. Still weird though. Still weird because they're popping in correctly. So that means there's an issue with how the color is. Yeah, look at that. So you're collected. This area is collected. If I go back in and out, it should still be empty. Yeah, let's make sure this is collected here too. Go back. Yeah, area is still empty. Okay, so that at least is working correctly. I think I'm gonna modify the path gen thing too to be to generate coins in lines instead of sporadically in random arrays. That's gonna be a trickier thing, but I think still doable. Honestly though, this kind of thing is, I feel like it's more apt for compute buffers, but I have to check that out. Doing it? Yeah, thanks, Sad. I mean, this could have been avoided if well, could it have been avoided? There's ways to avoid it. That probably would have been, I mean, it's different. It's like, there's ways to avoid it by placing objects differently, but then you have to have different constraints. And it's hard to have like more. Sorry, 1 second. So, like for example, let's go back to the original game I'm rewriting here. I know we've shown it, but I haven't talked about some of the actual implementation behind it, right? So let's talk about it real quick. I'm just gonna mute this as well. So like this game does not do that. The state of the level is not known ahead of time. All we ever do is just randomly at certain time intervals just spawn an object on at the edge of the screen. And I have, because we're doing it that way, I don't have that much information about what's coming next. So there's times where there might be a obstacle that a player can't go over, which is why we added this, like, or I added this like dodging ability to just say, hey, I can't really enforce that all the things that are generated are fair. So I'm gonna add this feature that lets you bypass stuff because I can't I don't trust my level gen. Way simple, super duper easy, but it limits how sophisticated the obstacles can be. And there's ways to do it, but I can't do what I'm doing in this current iteration of the game, where we have more defined paths and whatnot. That's the idea, at least. So part of this is like, I just did things in a very I decided to be just extra ambitious, because why not? And it doesn't help that we also made this be wrapped around a cylinder instead of like just normal 2D translations. But it is what it is, man. I think it has been a fun journey. One second though. I am curious about something, but let me also remove some other things here too. Board manager. Let me get rid of. No, I want to go to update. Here we go. I'm gonna get rid of you for right now. Don't need the extra work. And I think I might bust out the profiler to see what's going on here. If it's a me issue, or if it's something happening in Unity. I don't know. Or maybe we just close down Unity and just hope that restarting it will make things go better. So the Y value in world space is circumference of the cylinder. Then you teleport to Y0 when you pass higher than circumference. No. So the Y value in this index space is just theta. It's degrees. The only thing that maps to the index is the x space, x coordinate in world space, and the Y component for indexing is, let me do this real quick. I think I have it somewhere here. Yeah, so here it's like we even did the math. If this is a cross section of the cylinder, then this angle from this spot here is 0. This angle around here is the Y value. And you can see it in a more discrete way. X is world space position is mapped to the x index or x component, and then theta around the cylinder is the Y component essentially. The Y component, but then we map it from like 0 to 360 to be instead 0 to the height of the array, or the height of the board we defined. Because keep in mind, the array length is actually width times height. But if you're thinking about this in terms of it, like as if it were a 2D array, then yeah, it would be 0 to height. Which was kind of gnarly, because trying to get that value range the way I wanted to from 0 to 360 is less simple than you would have expected. Part of writing some tests was just to make sure that function was actually doing the math correctly. Because I was super shaky if my implementation was actually correct, and it turned out it wasn't correct. Unit tests can be pretty good, man. They can be pretty good. There's a few things you still have to button down the hatches on. Yeah. Few things to button down the hatches. I'm kind of curious though. Does Unity support compute shaders on Android? Begins at ES 3.1 and Vulkan. There isn't a good reason to avoid compute shaders these days unless... Sweet! Okay, if I'm really ambitious, then we'll rewrite this to be to use compute shaders. That's great, actually. That's actually really cool, because then like the way I'll do the coin layout thing is much more... I mean, I can still do it here, but it's nicer to be like, hey, I can just treat it like I'm doing a sampler and do offsets. Like the way I'm doing the normal calculation in the shaders would be kind of similar to how I determine if a spot should have a coin on it. And since these are paths, you might end up with like, you know, some lines kind of naturally emerging, which is pretty cool. Thanks, Aboga. I appreciate it, man. And thank you, Ham. Definitely about the old stuff. So I might have to learn some stuff though about compute shaders, if I'm gonna be real with you. I'm used to normal shaders. I wonder how I can like, because I need to have this data exist on the CPU side as well. But that would be nice, because it'll be super easy to do like multiple different passes, or just consolidate them into one pass. But I don't know, I can create an easy pipeline doesn't require iterating the entire buffer. Yeah, and it's not like we're updating, like, it'll be a handoff. Like, we can... Yeah, maybe... The path gen thing is still like a serial operation. There's probably a way to do it in the compute shader. I just can't think of an easy way to do it, but... The coin placement and other hazard placement, I can totally see how you do it in the compute shader. Okay, let's see here though. So we are at a crossroads. I could keep trying to make this more robust and make this less janky. And I really want to, because I really want this culling thing to just feel solid. Like, it doesn't feel like buggy or weird. I want it to feel super duper solid. But I need to figure out this weird scenario where individual objects are just blipping out of existence. I need to understand why too. In fact, I should check to see if there's any errors or exceptions. In fact, I'm surprised I haven't done that already. Yeah, the goal is to have it on mobile. ZMaster. What's going on, Rupesh? Yeah, it's happening, but I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I think we might have to bring back the, you know what? I need to bring back the, so first of all, let's get rid of this. This is unnecessary now. I mean, we can do assert true to make sure this never happens, but it seems to be working fine now, and it's not the issue that's causing this to disappear. So now it's a matter of reviewing the call objects function and see where. And I think it's not like it's happening at the fringes. It's happening well within the bounds of the view. That's what's also very weird. That's what's weirding me out. It's not like this is being triggered or anything. So it's explicitly got to be what? And for it to be culled, these two requirements have to be met. This one's easy. If entry exists, you know, continue. What is this exist thing? Oh, it's in table entry. So if this exists in the entry to begin with, we continue. So okay, cool. So it has to be in the entry. It has to be in the table. And then we have these two values. And it's passing these and getting culled. That has to be happening. I feel like we should have a way of avoiding this, but I just don't want to have to deal with yeah, like honestly, this should just be poolable object instead of just game object. If I'm gonna be real with you, I should probably make this generalized as well, but because these are all meant to be mapped to to this. And then you're gonna be mad, that's okay. It just bothers me having to do get component multiple times for things that, you know, we know exist on there. Just kind of bothers me. And then here, what seems to be the cause concern here? Yeah, we don't need to do that. We can just call that directly. And then there's an exception, or there's a error, some kind of syntax error around here somewhere, but I'm not seeing it. So everything looks hunky-dory. Oh, over here. New object. Oh my god, are we gonna have to create new entity? We're just hiding the get component at this point. It's either gonna happen on dealloc or reallocate, but you can't avoid it unless this always guarantees to return a pullable object. I could do that actually. Yeah, because this is actually, yeah, we don't have to worry about this. Yeah, never mind. We can just do the thing correctly and life is gonna be good. Yeah, this just kind of works. Cool. I mean, that shouldn't affect anything. It shouldn't be that big of a deal, but I should have measured it actually, but whatever. How many lines do you have? So I don't even know. Hundreds at least. Probably thousands. I mean, for sure thousands. The game board class alone is like 500 plus lines. We have way more than that. Alright, let's see. Mastercrafter, I don't like how you act, man. I really don't get it, man. Alright. So let me actually, before I do anything else, let me just pull up the debugger real quick, or not the debugger, but the analysis, and then see what's going on here. Profile analyzer. Yes, sir. Okay, let's use the other mouse because my mouse is being weird right now for some reason. Yeah, I know this can analyze stuff. Why is there this dialogue profile? What? Oh, close the wrong thing. Reopen last. Can I not reopen the last closed window? That sucks. 1 second, guys.
Here we go. We're good. Want to learn how to code? Just gotta do it, man. Need to learn this programming, not coding. I mean, they're both kind of the same. I'm not sure. Actually, better question. Like, what is the distinction? Because I really don't know. If I'm gonna be real with you. What's going, Tamerka? How you doing? All right, here we go. It's vertical, horizontal. Sorry, horizontal people. I accidentally closed a tab on y'all. I don't but destroyed iPad kids in the Minecraft Bedrock. Oh my goodness. So prominent. I'm just... Background should not be so prominent. I'm just a backseat dev, so ignore me, but... About what? PC with a 90s keyboard monitor? Yeah, man. That's how we do things, man. All right. No, I was trying to start up the profiler. That's what I was trying to do. Let's see here. Where's the analysis tool? Analysis, profiler. Okay. Here we go. So let me clear this out. I want to see what's causing that big stutter at the beginning. It could be just Linux things, because the game does not do that on previous like tests and here. Yeah, it's like chugging for a second, then it starts performing better. So what is going on here? Like these big spikes that are going on here. It's all editor loop stuff. It's like the most prominent thing is the editor loop. It's taking 80% of this. So yeah, no, I think this is not yeah, it's the other category. Okay, let me try doing something. Let me just try closing the game and then see if that fixes things. I think I might stop on the model correction thing and just start fixing some more easier to see nuances about the game. That need to be done at some point anyways, like the particles and all that stuff. Needs to happen. It's fun to visually tweak it. I mean, what else is there too? There's like the pause menu stuff that needs to be designed. Okay, here we go. Okay, start here. Gotta commit to the 90s vibe, uninstall Unity homebrew engine. I mean, that's what I have over here. This is the engine I'm working on, but if I can't get a game done in an engine, how can I hope to finish a game in my own engine? You know what I'm saying? The unironically, I've been thinking about actually just making developing for the PS1. That seems like actual fun. But again, same thing of like, hey, if I can't get a game done with these mature tools, then maybe I'm gonna have a hard time getting a game done using my own tools. Okay, now that dumb little pause in the beginning is gone. It's just smooth sailing. The game feels smooth now. That was killing me, man. I'm gonna move the left margin to be Or maybe I should have the player be... I think I'm going to move the player to be closer to the camera. But just have them be further to the left. So you still see a good amount in front of you. Maybe even change the FOV as well. Let's do some game tweaking. Let's tweak the game a little bit. And then the camera... What starting FOV are you at? The camera's FOV is about 25.39. Okay. And we said it's what, 29.39? Something like that. No, I'm using C#, Diego. You go right through. Should make them a little darker. We're gonna deal with visuals later, man. No, he's the AI killer. SFM2, he's the AI murker. Where is did I close? No, there it is. What was it at? 25.39. There we go. 25.39. And then honestly, this should just be... Now we can define everything in code and it makes life a bit easier. And we don't have to cache starting FOV either. We can just do... Which is quite nice, honestly. Cool. And then we can kind of play around with things a little bit. So we can have like, I don't know. We can have the distance be smaller. So instead of being at negative 994, we can make it maybe negative 90. And then the increase is actually like maybe just 10. And then we can just shift the player over a little bit. I hate that when I switch to Unity, I can't tell because it doesn't fully move things around. So we're gonna move you to be a little bit... something like this? I don't know, let's see. Let's see how this looks. Okay, so as we speed up, looks better. Yeah, because now you can actually see the player way. You can actually see the character. I like that actually. But you can still kind of react. You can still see enough to react to dangers that approach you. I might have the player be a little bit further up because like when you're actually playing on mobile, your thumb's usually around here blocking the view of the character. So I'm not sure. I might have to move the character a little bit further up and maybe towards center. I don't know. I have to play test this a little bit. Sweet. Okay. It's coming together. Still have some system stuff to deal with. We'll deal with them. But hey, man. Not too shabby. Yeah, I wonder if there's like a... And yeah, now that it's zoomed into, you can't even see the objects like disappearing at the edge of the screen. We still have that issue with the objects disappearing in the middle of the view, but as far as the edges are concerned, it's pretty seamless. Okay, maybe not seamless. It still kind of happens, but it's not the big end of the world. I need to start thinking about UI. I need to reach out. I should have reached out last week. I keep forgetting, but I need to reach out to my boy and see if he'll help out with some concept art. All right. This is coming together. We need to fix the shaders a little bit too to make sure the angle mapping works there more consistently. But that's not a big deal. The chunk thing is not doing the thing it's supposed to. But we'll deal with that when we deal with that. I'm actually very happy with the progress we have, so we're going to save it real quick. What did we do today? I don't even know what we did. We fixed coins. We did that. Adjusted path gen. We did do that. And camera tweaks. A little bit of water. All right, sweet. Thanks, Straw. Appreciate it, man. Source tree? Never tried it. I'm just using Codeberg because it's like I like the idea that it's a non-for-profit and that it's very easy to just pay and get membership and voting rights on it. Even though I don't do that. But it's just nice that I can do that. It's very nice. But I needed to. Honestly, I'm kind of looking at having multiple redundancies, like having multiple repos. So maybe I should check out the source tree as well and see what they got going on. Okay, why are you still mad? No, I have my naming convention for constants. Shut up, Ryder. I know what I'm about. I know what I'm about. Okay, that being said though, let's do something simpler. I want to do the thing for the character. It's a super simple thing that's probably not going to be as simple forever, because I think what we're going to do is have engines change this as you upgrade and swap parts. But for right now, I want to have something simple where you just have let's see here, where you just have I'm gonna have a light source. Create empty for the engine, and then we're gonna start doing the particle effects stuff after. We're gonna use our cozy light component. So of course, we made it, might as well use it. And then we're gonna have to have our, like, some kind of component to make random lighting happen. Yeah, intensity might be a little too much there, buddy. Maybe a little bit in front as well. And then that way it looks like there's light being emitted from the back of the character, and that's gonna be much more prominent when you go to the night side of the level, or if you go to the night side of the level. Let's see how that looks. So let's go to the night side, to the dark side. Yeah, I think I want to try having it be more, now that the shader information is actually here. And we're working within local space. So I'm going to make this be more, maybe I could pause it, by the way. I could just pause. Why am I not doing that? Yeah, because I want to have a more sharp shadow. Yeah, I kind of like this more than, I see, like, it feels like too much is being lit, but over here it seems like now just the engine, just like the parts adjacent to the engine are getting lit, and then maybe some other components around it. But yeah, that's pretty sick. Okay, so let's copy, because this is an object, this is like in the local space, so I think I should be able to just copy the component wholesale, and I'll just remember the intensity. So paste component values, and it's like 1.01. I think that looks good. And then we can add some random variations to it, so we can change intensity to be like every frame it's like a random amount. So it's not just, it doesn't look like just like a lit thing, but rather it looks oops. It looks more like it's an actual active flame. Might even try to increase intensity a little bit. Let me actually do the random light component thing. Do I have it here? CCDK, cozy light system. I'm gonna make a new component. I said I'm gonna make a new component. Okay, we're gonna do this. I played your games, Unity. We're not doing this again. Flicker, CS, CC light flicker. So the light's gonna be flickering within a certain value range, and yep. You don't do this to me. I know you exist. You can't lie to me. There we go. Oh my goodness. Stop. Just gonna do this in update. We're also gonna require type of I don't know, value range. And then every single frame, actually I have to do a couple things too. cozy light. Also, wrong thing. So you have to get the cozy light component on start, and then after that, the light dot intensity, which should be, is it not a public field? Oh, don't tell me this. Light data. Why did I name it that? Why would I do that? Light data dot intensity. Okay, cool. Equals math f. No. Random range. And we have to cache the initial intensity as well. I'm so mad at myself for having that bad naming. I don't know why it's styled like that. That's like absolutely wrong. But whatever. Cool. So every single frame, it's going to vary based off of this intensity range. And then let's just add a little, I don't know. Let me just do a tooltip. The light will vary. Plus, minus this value relative to its starting value or intensity. Cool. So that's there. That should just exist. I can be able to go to the player now once it reloads domain. And catch up in chat real quick, just 1 second. I need to use the bathroom actually. I didn't even drink that much water, but gotta use it, man. So we're gonna do like, let's say 0.5. That's gonna be our amount that we vary by. And then now we should have that flickering fire effect. And I'm gonna yoink an asset from Messy Mansion for the actual jet. Yeah, I'm crazy. Can you remake Ashes of Creation? I've never heard of that game, if I'm gonna be honest with you. So is it doing the thing? Are you doing the thing I want you to do? We're gonna pause. I'm gonna go into scene. And it's kind of flickering, but it might be too fast for us to really perceive it. Maybe it should have like a set interval instead of just every single update. Yeah, we might have to do that. What if we increase the radius? Not radius, intensity range. I mean, it looks more apparent, but I think I want to have a slower range for the flickering, or a larger interval for the flickering. So we're going to have to add another variable, I think. There's two ways to go about doing this. There's gonna be a target interval, and it's gonna be in seconds, I think. And then interval range, I guess. Or really, I can just do like a minimum amount of seconds and a maximum amount of seconds. Like the minimum interval in seconds, and then this is gonna be the max interval in seconds. And then a matter of enforcing that is going to be current interval. And instead of doing this here, what I'm going to do is have observable. So of course I'm going to have even more. I'm going to wrap myself really tightly with UniRX. Observable, timer, or I guess interval. And we're going to use this interval variable. And it has to be time span. Oh, I had it right, I just didn't include the correct thing. First of all, current interval is going to be equal to random range max interval seconds. Cool. And then here we're going to do a few things. We're going to yoink this, throw it in here. And then we're going to yoink this, throw it in here. Why you're so unhappy? I don't know. I know I'm right though. Oh, you know what? I know why. And watch the problems go away. Yep. Problems just go away. Just like that. Cool. So we wait this current interval of seconds. We perform these actions. We update the current interval of seconds, and this is going to keep going and going and going. And this will stop once this game object gets destroyed, so that we don't keep trying to call this function. We can get rid of this update function. And we're just good, like good to go, man. We're just good to go, dude. And now in here we can actually specify, oh, I particularly wish to wait for maybe at least half a second, if not at most 2 seconds. That's probably not what I'm going to do. It's going to be much faster, but no, still, it's going to be longer than at least a frame, for sure. I'm glad it's entertaining, Dennis. That has to go. Yeah, we're using Vim key bindings. Thanks, Kelvin. I'm glad you dig the lighting. Module of the frame or something. Alright, we're gonna run it, and it's gonna be either fantastic. Let's do 0.3 and then maybe at most 0.8 or I don't know, 5, like at most half a second. No, that feels too. 0.2 to 0.4. That seems reasonable. Let's start it up and see what happens. And then might be a little bit too long. So I'm not sure if you guys are seeing anything. I'm gonna go to the dark side real quick. Maybe the variations aren't big enough. Let me do that real quick. Let me make this variation be, you're gonna be, yeah, this is, so this might be, go down to 1. No, we're gonna do like 9. That should be big enough for some big changes. Let's see here. Okay, I'm seeing something, at least from far away. Yeah, it's slow. Because that's the settings I chose, but it seems to be working. So if I want a bit more speed, we can do like main interval of that, and then a max interval of like maybe 2, 5, and then have this be even bigger, like 0, 1.2. I mean 1.3. Seems to be working though. That's good. That's good at least. Now it's just a matter of tuning it to taste. Yeah, okay, I can see it from here. I can for sure see it from here. That's cool. Nice. Nice. Again, maybe it can be faster, but at least it's noticeable now. And it's not so fast I can like trigger a bad reaction. Hopefully, at least. I still need to look into making a screen space shader that can smooth frames so that it can prevent like triggering epileptic episodes in people. That would be cool. I need to figure that out at some point. Oh. Whoops. Okay, but that's okay. This is something. This is something. I think this the way it's implemented is totally fine. Though. Maybe I'll change this intensity range since that'd be like a min-max thing as well. But I don't know. I kind of like having this be the center thing, the center point, or relative to the center point. Okay. One other thing I want to do. This is less so technical. I just need to yoink an asset from another game that I have. I have to go back to Messy Mansion. Remember that game? Thorns. Terminal screens. Huh, I don't have the fireplace thing here. Is it just part of the, No, wait, it's just 8th level assets. Props, maybe? Small crate, large crate, stairs, fountain. Key items, maybe here? Flame, that's material. Oh, prefab, Gentile. Flame, that's a prefab still. Here we go, FBX flame. Yoink that. And we're gonna go into here. We're gonna go to, I don't know, gameplay, I guess. I guess so. Or maybe bike. Actually, bike config probably, yeah. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna put this FBX in here. And the cool thing is that I should be able to... Where are you at? Oh, you're backwards, that's why. So now I should be able to get the flame, throw it in here. Cool. Bring you back. Rotate you around about 90 degrees. Cool. And we're going to use this to be like the effect for the jet. I'm going to modify the sprite real quick because it's like an easy thing to do. And I should just do it. Tiling, it's going to be 0.5. That way I can have a good view of where it's going to end up. Okay, cool. Let's also put this in the same. Cool. So we're going to use this to be the fire from the jet. I'm going to add a rotation script. It's going to be sick, just you wait. Okay, around there. Let's move it out a little bit. Now that I can gauge where it is. And then we can apply some materials to this. Yeah, we're just gonna make a new material. See, I just want a simple plain text material file format. So I don't have to go through this menu. I can just make a new file, name it a .mat, put the data I want in there, and then just be done. That's all I want. You're gonna be a unlit color. Make it like that. Throw you on here. Excuse me. Sir, you are supposed to be this. Then duplicate that. Inner. Okay, cool. There we go. You're gonna be nice and yellow. Perfect. And then the final icing on the cake is gonna be making it rotate. So we can add our rotation script. Constant rotation. You're gonna be going along the y-axis, so that's correct. At a speed of, I don't know, let's do like 10. I didn't put the units there. I probably should have done that. Angles per second. Okay, cool. Degrees per second. That's the actual term I should be using. The unit, not angles per second. Whatever. Okay, so let's save this and then let's see how this looks. Okay. Alright, it's alright, but are you rotating at all? Doesn't look like you're rotating. It's like you're stopped or something. Okay, now it's faster. Let's do like 80 or 120. Actually, 180. I think we have to have the also engine control this so that like it gets bigger. Oh, the camera. Sorry, I didn't see that, guys. But yeah, have the flame get bigger the more the max speed is. Yeah, I can barely see the rotation happening. It's happening, it's just kind of imperceptible, honestly. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna just do that. Where's the player class? Well, let's let me use the bathroom real quick. 1 second, guys. Let me do that. 1 sec. Let me mute myself too while I'm at it. Okay, we're back. We returned. Let's see what we got going on here. 44 gigs? No, it's 64 gigs, my friend. You need 64 gigs to do 2D game development, guys. Only the most intensive hardware can handle the games I'm making. Yeah, I did fix the clock, Jocko. It was a dumb thing. It was so where it shows the date was actually the month for some reason. I put my config wrong. The clock is an issue that they don't know why it's broken. What do you mean broken? Is 11.5 why is on your desk? What do you mean 11.5? Oh, the ray tracing, Gaga. Of course, yeah. Anytime you see any drops in FPS, it's actually just the ray tracing. I don't know why Linux, because on my screen it's actually a high FPS, but for some reason when I stream on OBS, the video capture is like really low frames for some reason. I don't understand why. It's very weird. Like I can be playing games like Warframe, and I just chug FPS. Like it looks perfectly fine on my end, but on OBS it just looks super slow and choppy. I have no idea why that's the case. At least with display capture XSHM. I don't know why that's the case or the issue. There's also like Pipewire. That's for video capture though, not display capture. I don't know. I can't figure it out. It's annoying though. Anyways, what we're doing? Yeah, the player. And they're gonna have control over the flame so that the faster they go, the more the flame is just it's going crazy, man. We also don't need the game board anymore because we're not gonna implement that thing that I thought we were gonna implement, but turned out we don't need to implement it. Where's the serialized fields? Here. Okay, we have a flame that's gonna be coming out of the engine, and we're gonna do a couple of things with this. We're gonna have some kind of the same way we have like a thing for updating visuals. Yeah, we have that function for updating sprite. We'll have one for updating flame. And we're just gonna do we have to cache the local scale because I don't think it's uniformed. Or is it? Is the flame uniform on scale? A little flippy clock on your desk. They just assumed they met the clock on your display. Oh. What's going on, Abda? Where's the flame? Yeah, I know you're scaled to be something very particular, so we're not going to just do that. So we're instead going to have to cache your initial state. Or your initial scale. And on update or start here. Actually, we're gonna do flame equals this dot local scale. So we cache it, so we can do all the transformations relative to that. And then here, frame dot local scale is going to be equal to. I'm sorry, did I stutter? There we go. Times. What am I going to do? We're scaling along the y-axis, and then we're going to do we only care about the y. I don't know why we were caching the whole thing, but who knows? Maybe I want to do some other weird gnarly transformations, so we want to keep that. And in this case, it would be vector 3 scale. You can't multiply. We'd have to do like math, vector 3 scale instead of multiplying directly. And you are going to be. I wonder what's shorter, doing this or doing vector 3 1 overwrite y and then this. I mean, they're kind of approximately the same thing. All right, random. No, not random. We're going to use times. Okay, it's better to just introduce another term. And even be a little bit more specific. We're going to be lerping from, I don't know. Do I want this scale to be uniform? I think I do want this to be uniform, actually. In which case, we don't even want to, we don't have to, it's going to be a single float value. We're going to keep it uniform, and then it's just going to be value, or min-max, and then p-value, which is going to be just speed 0, 1 for the p-value. The min value is going to be, I don't know, 0.2f. And the max value can be like 1.5 or 1.4f. So you can go to like 20% size up to 140% size times y scale. And that's like pretty simple, and then we can just add this to update. I'm sorry, what? Oh, that's part of the machine's update cycle? Cool, update flame. Nice, and then that should be everything. And then I just have to set the reference, because we're still in clicky draggy world, which is tragic, but it's okay. We cope. We cope with living in clicky draggy world. One day we'll be in full keyboard world, but that's not the future we live in. We make do with what we have. Wise. Okay, there's a flame. Meow. Save. Run it. And then now we should see the flame actually change size. No, I do see C++. I actually enjoy C a lot more. But right now I'm stuck in C# Unity world. Okay, so now the flame gets smaller. We need to adjust the position, the Y position of it. But this works. I need to also not allow going backwards. That's the thing I need to do as well. We'll deal with that later. This is looking better and better, man. This is looking freaking... Okay, we died. But I'm actually really happy with this, man. I should have the light intensity increase. We can deal with that later, though. Let's bring this down a little bit more. That feels more accurate. And internet, yeah. Thank you, Diego. What's going on, Dr. Lobinshot? It's good to see you here again, man. Yeah, I should probably modify that light thing to work with this. Also, might want to change the center point so that when it's small, it's still attached to the base of the jet. But that wouldn't be crazy to do. I still want to do some particle effects as well. As cool as this is, it's nice having like a trail. Yeah, that's not good. Sounds like a good idea, actually. One second, let me fix that offset issue though. I think what we're gonna do is have to move you here, and then move the child objects forward. You're not locked anymore. Oh no, I can move you. Yeah, perfect. Cool, so now it's gonna... I'm sorry, what? I'm pretty sure... Are you at pivot? Okay, so the pivot's there. Okay, pivot's here. The children objects are like there. So even as it scales down, it's still gonna be touching the base of the jet. The way programming is more of a C-ish way. Yeah, I like doing C things. I like C. Even my C++, I do things very much as if I was programming in C. I use like very minimal C++ features. I don't know, I just enjoy it. It makes my quality of life nicer. It feels good. It's like, and there's some like added benefits of like, hey, memory is very like local and it's very cache friendly. I like that. I like thinking in those terms. And we go small, and look at that. The flame's like right there. Yeah, we have to do a particle trail now. I have to think how we're gonna do this. I think I might try to make some like particles or based off the flame. Hey, look how like when we go to a dark area, it's like, oops, like it sticks out though. It's great, dude. It's great. Oh yeah, it's a little thing, but I love it, man. Okay, so particle systems, right? Particle systems. Let's call you flame. I don't want to deal with particle systems right now. It's just a ton of tweaking things. I could do that. That's for the asset making day. The thing I do want to have though is have the light intensity change for this. So like, I think what we're gonna do is, because we have our current, do we not have? Yeah, we have initial intensity. In fact, I should really rename this to be like base intensity. But we're gonna have like some kind of public function, I think. Set base intensity specifically. That way it's gonna fluctuate. Around the value that's provided. And honestly, I should just like expose this. Whatever. And then we need to have this min-max interval be changed in accordance with that. So that like as lower, the intensity gets lower, the less the variation in range. If that makes sense. Though that does mean there's more things to manage, but that's okay, we can do that. Okay, and then we go back to, oops, start. We're gonna do, nope. It's gonna equal to flame, because that's, game object, get component. Flame, cool. And then we're gonna be manually setting here we go. So the nice thing is that speed 0-1 gives us this value to do alert based off of. We can just use different values. So in this case, like maybe I want, you know, if I'm gonna be honest with you, this is not a bad value range to use for the light flicker. I mean, I might want to have additional leeway to modify it as much as I want to, but not that bad actually. Cool. So we set the base intensity. I don't want to deal with the upper and lower bound for the min-max range. Oh, you know what? Actually, we can even scale. No, the way I implemented it, we can actually. It's easy. I mean, the other way is easy, but I just don't want to think about it. But this one, we can just set intensity and range together. So now we can do yet another p-value. Another lerp. And when it's here, we're gonna like do like maybe half range, nothing that crazy. And then up here, we're gonna do like 0.3, basically half. If I was cool, I'd add a thing for time interval as well, but I'm alright with this. And we're gonna just recompile and see what happens. I guess I hope to learn more with you. Thanks, Diego. Hope you have a good one, man. Yeah, I'm a game developer, Eisen. I'm noticing some of the coins just poof away. Yeah, that's the thing. I mentioned it earlier. That's part of the model we have to update or tighten up. I don't want to debug that right now though, because that's going to be a whole thing to debug. Especially since I don't really know what the cause is. Like, it's likely something in the object culling, something with my math isn't quite right. Either there or with the coordinate values are setting in the path gen for the coins. So I'm not sure which is which.
So we're just gonna have to figure it out when we're just gonna have to see. Jeez. Yeah, I should probably still have some kind of alert for danger. I think the nice thing about having everything in an array is that I could just now, if I want to do like a warning on like the bottom of the screen or top of the screen, like it wouldn't be hard to just sample a few coordinates below where the player is. If there's a hazard there, then display that warning, like a little danger in the bottom or danger in the top. Oh man, it's coming together. Thank you, Lily. Yeah, it's coming together. I'm very happy with it. Very happy with it, especially with the sound and music and everything. Oh, we never tested to see if the coins actually make the pickup sounds when you get them. But let me fix the freaking coins not animating. I don't know why the coins are not animating at all. It's very weird. I'm sorry, what? Object reference not set to instance of a... I'm sorry. What? No shot. We get it on update. Do we not, or on start? Yeah, we get it on start. Flame flicker, flame.gameObject get component. Yeah. What's the problem here, man? What's the deal here, dude? I know I'm right. Let's see, flame. Oh wait, that's not the light. Jet light is separate. Oh, okay. We have to actually. We can't do this. We have to actually expose it publicly and assign it. Oh, that's my worst nightmare. More things to assign. More things to remember about the game object hierarchy. Oh, dearie me. Well, yeah, let me get the coins animating, and then I'm gonna do the thing. What's going on here? Jet light goes right there. We're very happy. Where is the coin? What? No, that's a normal map. Is it because I'm not using do I have to use my... Maybe it's mad because it's not using the correct... texture. Like, do I have my own unlit shader for some reason? There's cozy unlit fog. I don't think I need fog, but... Yeah, like I'm pretty sure this material... I mean, let's just try it. Maybe I'm just... Maybe this is what I need to do. Run it. No, now they're lit. They're lit. Not in a good way either. What material are you using? Cozy Light FNF standard. Yeah, I'm using the standard. What's going on? Yeah, it's using the standard. We're gonna use per pixel. Disable cast shadows as well. It's essentially unlit. Let's just see. Let's just see. Okay, cool. Let's find out why you're not animating. Because that's just kind of bizarre to me. You should be animated. Yeah, you have the coin, you have this. The recipes for a happy life. You have M coin. You have this stuff there. Yeah, I don't understand. I am confused. 1 second, let me fix this. There we go. Okay. The only thing that I can see that can pose an issue is the fact that I set this to, wait a second, do I not have a CC sprite render in this? I do. Is that I had it set to random initial starting sprite, but maybe I just turn that off and hope for the best. Let's see here. If that's the cause, then I need to tighten up my implementation of this. Nope. Very strange. Let me check something real quick. Hello, player. What's your sprite binder say? Your sprite looks like this. Wait. Cell count 2. Okay, yeah, 1. Yeah. So why is my... Oh, I'm using the wrong sprite? I'm supposed to be using you? Oh, is that it? Is that the cause? Oh, please. No. No, because you have the correct thing. Let's look at the sprite sheet here. Yeah, that looks correct to me. Frame count 4 frames. 4 on the Y, or on the X, 1 on the Y. Speed of 4, because that seems good to me. I wonder, is it an issue with double assigning? Or maybe it's animating the wrong thing? We're in the pickup. No, pickup's right next to it. So like what? Is assigning the new sprite the problem? Or the new material? Let's try that out. Let's see if that's the case. Something's got to give. There's something weird about how I'm initializing this. Okay. That's not better. It's actually kind of a step back. Resources pickups. And we're just using the good old-fashioned CC sprite renderer. And the player, you don't have... Like for example, you have the quad mesh renderer with the provided material, and you provide the sprite binder, and this just works good. Okay. loops. Everything seems hunky-dory there. Let's make this 128 to be safe. This is so odd. I've used this in a bunch of projects and I haven't had issues with this. So there's something weird going on with... Let me close out of the player sprites. So when we init we set the material to a new material instance. And then we set the sprite renderer to the coin sprite. And we walk through it, animate material, set sprite. None of these are happening, which means everything here is not null. It creates a new animated material. On awake. Yeah, we do this, and then we go through here. We have checks in case things are null. Which I need to clean up, but it's working elsewhere. This is a null either. And this is called after it's pulled out of the pool. You can just modify the current material instance if you want to. And that should just work, but that's not happening here. Because we enter here. We should have this refetch the target material. Honestly. Because I wonder if that's the case, is like it's animating the wrong material instance. You have a constructor that provides a material, but we don't have something that overwrites the current material. I'm not sure what kind of weird, wacky stuff. This is like the thing that should be unit tested. But this is code that I wrote when I first started using Unity. I went from GameMaker to this, and I wrote my own like animation system to kind of have the same similar kind of APIs and like structure to Unity or to the GameMaker in Unity. And like I did that when I was a baby who didn't know much about programming, or not much about like just programming in general. I mean, I did programming for a long time before that, but like, you know, that's before I even got my first job. And yeah. So there's a lot of questionable decisions about how I've architected this. And I should really like consider redesigning this, or Doing something with it. I need to consider doing something with this. Let's see. Yes, he does. His name. Yes, he does, man. Yeah, he does, Sashu. Yeah, I was a baby, EG Sports. I was a little baby. A little wee baby programmer. In fact, I was a scripter. I was a script kid. Who scripted in GameMaker language. And then maybe on occasion did a shader or two. And that's it. You know, my biggest achievement was realizing, hey, I should probably use enums instead of strings for switch case statements. Maybe maybe I should just improve that. Oh, look at that. It's animated now, guys. Look at that. The coins are animated. And then let's add the random offset. Let's add the random offset. Coin here. No, we need to go to, is it not in resources? I thought I had a prefab here somewhere. Gameplay resources. Yes, yeah. Pickups, random start index. Okay, and this should randomize the starting frame this plays on. So you press place and then it just goes. Come on. So all the coins should be like... No, they're not doing it. Let me turn on the music at least so I can hear the collecting sound. I can't hear the coin pickup sound. Where is it? Audio play SFX. Let's do like 2 times. Let's be volume times 2. Probably not a good idea, but to do it like that, but I think it's fine. It's proportional, I think. Auto pan forward to keep gameplay moving. Yeah, that's the plan. Right now I'm just allowing movement back and forth, but you can that's the plan that's going to constrain it to make it move forward. Yeah, I've made a game before, Sashu. Nothing great, but I've made some games. This is a remake of a game I did a long time ago. What is the meaning of life? Death is inedible. I'm not hearing the coins. Let me turn off the music real quick. 1 second. You know, if you're actually interested, Sashu, there's like a book in the Bible called Ecclesiastes, and the whole book is a meditation on, like, not a meditation but exploration of, like, yeah, life is just done, dude. Like, you know, it's inevitable. What's the point of anything? It's one of 3 books called, like, the wisdom literature, and they each approach wisdom from, like, a very different perspective. One's very optimistic, one's kind of pessimistic, and then one's like wisdom in the face of, like, absolute loss. Really interesting stuff, and if that seems of interest to you, I'd encourage you, like, looking that up and reading it. Or even go to the Bible Project. They have like really good videos explaining some of these books. Because it's very easy to kind of get lost in like cultural context and have that be a barrier. Where is the music? I wanted to set it to 0 so I can actually hear the sound effects for right now. Come on. Come on. Re-import. Full-time developer? Yeah, I have a job. I have a job doing development. And then I do this for fun on my spare time. I enjoy it. It's very relaxing for me. Actually, no, it's not. It's relaxing, I guess, but also kind of not. It's relaxing if everything's going the way you want it to, and there's not, you know. I think it's relaxing in the early stages because there's not much to. You're just throwing code at the wall, but as your project grows in complexity, your pillars start bearing more weight, and the decisions you make have a bit more ramification. There's a bit more state to keep in mind. I still enjoy it, but it's now you're not making sandcastles anymore. You're making some load-bearing sandcastles. I think that's like one way of describing it. Is it just no sound effects here? Are we missing this? No, there's a coin. That's loud. What is? What are these iterations? Why do I have like 20 different coin versions? Oh, it's the headroom. One's like minus 20 dB, another one's like minus 3 dB. Okay, I get you now. And that's like the loudest one. Okay, I see now. I'm sorry if anyone like bothering with that. Sorry. We're done. For now. That is weird though. It's not playing the sound effect. I don't know why that's not playing the sound effect. Maybe I implemented things incorrectly. Loop false, yes. We reserve a sound effect. We set the clip. We set the volume. We set the... Oh, we never play it, do we? We never play it. That's why. Which means I don't have to make this as loud as it's going to be. I can reduce it by a little bit. Oh, hopefully that works. Let's see. From a class action. Wait, what class action lawsuit's happening here? I'm sorry, what? A game like GTA or something along those lines? Here's the thing though, like, you see how this simple game is taking me a long time, right? It takes way more effort than I thought it was going to take. And yet, if you ask me, hey, how hard would it be to implement like GTA? My dumb butt is going to be like, yeah, I could totally do that. Like, it would take some time, but like I can do it. Like, and I started like thinking about architecting certain stuff, and I'm like, yeah, this isn't as bad as it's gonna be. And then, and only when you're in the thick of it do you start going, oh, there's a lot to consider here, isn't there? But I think if you're going to be a dev who's fearless in pursuing anything, you kind of have to like be super naive and think that anything and everything is easy to implement, or at least like possible to implement, right? Maybe not easy, but like possible. You get like, yeah, there's be some headaches here and there, but like you can do it. I think you have to be a little delusional. That's how you actually that's how you tackle things that you're not equipped to handle, and that's how you learn to deal with it and grow. Otherwise, you're not going to tackle things that are scary, and you're just going to kind of stay in your, your puddle. You're going to stay where you're at. I'm not demeaning either. I think I was stuck in that position for many years because I thought I'm just too dumb to do stuff. So, I kind of just was stagnant on the code front because I thought I was just too much of a dumbo to do it. But once you're like forced to face something and you realize, oh, you can overcome stuff, it's like, oh, anything is possible. Well, and then you until you like start having like really big deadlines and then big problems and or just very like complex stuff, and it's like, all right, this is the boundary of my knowledge. I found it. This is it. And even then, it's like, but it's not impossible. I just needed more time to learn this domain of knowledge, and then I could have applied it. Like, it's never I'm hopeless and there's no way to deal with this. Publish, place SFX. It immediately releases. I think that's the issue here, is that it releases. I think we need to do a thing where this guy will wait a certain amount of time and then just dip. Like, instead of the fact that we have this whole release SFX thing going on here, I guess I could just not release it and just let it hang and then let it eventually get cold or pruned for being there for a long time. I guess I could just do that. It's either that or have an observable that waits for the time of the clip to finish and then, let it do its thing. I don't know, we're gonna find out. What do you mean how? You just use your brain. Easy, man. You learn, yeah. Here we go. There we go, dude. Okay, now we have an exception. Beautiful. But that dream was beautiful while it lasted. That was a beautiful dream while it lasted. But then we got an index out of range exception. Very tragic. And I wish that C# would actually give me an index out of bounds exception here. But it doesn't. So I don't know why or how this is getting outside of the bounds. It's like 290, right? This one here. Yeah, index. So what's going on here, man? If it's -1. So if index is not equal to -1, then we say, hey, we found the index. Here we go, hey, we find, iterate through the pool, is reserved, continue, last playtime. If current is greater than longest tick, we set it to current index equals I. Is it just never? I need to make my own exception here, man. No, but I'm not using that. It's not just about playing one shot. It's about managing the state of the track. Because I'm not using Fmod. I'm not using Fmod. I'm using. I have my own like audio system. So we have to manage that as well in tandem. Yeah, it is core band. I'm making a game. Spaghetti Goat, yep. Yeah, that's true, his name. That is a true statement. So, let's think about this. Well, first of all, let's see where the index out of bound exception's happening. So let's just see if... Also, let's make sure these are using the same constants that we're expecting, right? SFX pool size. Everything is just SFX pool size. These are all the arrays we're using. Perfect. And then what do we do if index is less than 0 or... Oops, I forget. I'm using a weird keyboard that has things in weird places. No. There we go. It's greater than or equal to... We throw invalid exception. And what do? We name it something, right? We say is out of range, max index is, and it's not I, it's supposed to be index. SFX pool size -1. Sweet. So index is less than 0, or if it's greater than or equal to SFX pool size, we're gonna have a detailed summary as to why this is bad, why things are broken in the way they have. And then I can understand where my logic for pruning occupied cells are going wrong. Use struct instead of... No, I'm doing individuals. It's easier that way. We're doing like an... what was it? Structures of arrays as opposed to array of structs. Easier just to index direct into it directly. That's what we're doing. Okay, where did things go wrong? There, things go wrong. Let's see here. Okay, -1. Okay, so we're not addressing the -1 case. So even though we iterate through here, we're still not... Oh, I guess we have to do equal to. Because maybe it's stuck. No, but there should be a value that's greater than 0. Yes, I can, Resonant. It's totally fine, dude.
Anyways, the second pass though, for pruning based off of time. Oh, there's no filter for the, oh, I'm using a loot. That's about the main thing. That's an OBS. I'm just using like a cinematic loot to get the kind of color scheme I'm getting right now. Okay, how about this, dude? Goodbye. Can you use a vector instruction in this case? Curious because I see no way to use SIMD. I mean, there's no real point. I mean, it's not a real point, but in this case, for this kind of evaluation, there's no real point in using SIMD. I'm not performing a uniform operation across the entire set. I'm still going accessing by the individual elements and doing unique operations based off of them. I mean, you could probably do maybe something with masking there, but the stuff I'm dealing with ultimately is pointing towards the managed stuff in Unity world. So like the cost of iteration is not that crazy. It's a very small set, so I don't have to really worry about SIMD in this case. Because it's easier for me to think about it that way, Resonant. And in a bunch of other cases, I'm dealing with stuff in this kind of way already, so it's easier for me to deal with it mentally in the structure that I'm using more often in this project. Are you familiar with OO? Like comfortable? Yeah, I use OO in my day job all the time. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Alright, let me try to get oriented back on where I was at. We're doing reserve SFX. So the first pass, we started with a negative index. So we're saying, hey, we haven't found a single slot that's qualifying to be used for playing SFX, right? We check to see if any of them are reserved. If they're reserved, we continue, because it's not valid to use. If it's currently playing, then we continue. Otherwise, if it's not playing, if it's not reserved and it's not playing, we say index is equal to this. Cool. If we get to this point and index is still -1, that means that an index is not equal to -1. That means we found a value that's valid and we're going to use it. So we reserve it, we set the current state that we're playing it with, and then we return this. Then we do another iteration. And the reason we're not doing another iteration here is because maybe I should just do the iteration here. Just unify it. Dayjobber, Night Stalker. Do you have any CI/CD for this? No. I did CI/CD for my first, not first, but like the game Crimson Crown that I did a long while ago, but I haven't done it for any of these projects. And if I move to Codeberg too, so I need to figure out how to set up my CI/CD pipeline again, or at least my CI pipeline again. But I don't know. I need to get good at like just finishing something first, and then I'll start setting up my whole DevOps operation. I think it'll be cool to have like a auto deployment of like test builds to the Discord. So like some people have access to like a single channel, and it'll be like just a certain set of people, and they can just play the game initially from there, and they can report bugs or suggestions or whatnot. I think it'll be cool to eventually get to that point where I can just deploy internal testing or internal builds internally. I think that'll be fun, man.
Without knowing, yeah. Yeah, sorry if I'm being curt with you, Resonant. I don't think you have a bad intention or anything. But I don't know. It's very I don't know, man. It's a very different experience. Yeah, whatever. It's all good, man. I appreciate it though. So anyways, what's the rationale here? We found the valid slot. We set it true. It's all good here. And then we return the handle to this. Cool. If that's not true, that means that we haven't found everything is playing or reserved, which means we're gonna ignore the reserved ones and instead find, oh, you know what? That's the issue, reserved. If we're gonna do this like the oldest thing gets pruned deal, we're gonna be forced to cut reservation. You can't respect reservations. That's the issue. So if we are gonna have this general play SFX thing, then we can't reserve it. We just need to find one that exists, set everything up, and then just let it go. And if it gets interrupted eventually, that's fine. If it doesn't, it will just stop on its own. But either way, I can't reserve this. So using this is not good. Like Or I have to have a distinction where instead of calling it reserve SFX, it's like you can get a handle and there's a Boolean value of like, hey, do you want to reserve this or not? And in that case, we don't mark it as reserved unless we're intending to do that. And then it'll be subject to that, because then I want to enforce that everything with explicit reservations, there's like a known reason why it wants to have it and needs to exist. So yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to use this. Actually, no, let's not break the signature first. Let's rename this first. And since we're calling through this SFX class, we can just do like get handle, and then we can have a Boolean for or no, not is reserved, but rather reserve. And then finally, actually, we can even do something here where it's is reserved. So like if we're not reserving, we're setting this explicitly to false, so it can be pruned and interrupted if need be. Yeah, that makes sense to me. And we're defaulting to what? Let's default to this being... Actually, no, let's just go to every single call so we can explicitly handle this situation. So there's play and then there's... So in the case of play, we're not reserving. It can be interrupted all we want. And then in the case of the player, we're going to set this to true. We do want to reserve this audio handle so it doesn't get interrupted. And then this will manually release it whenever this object's lifetime is done. Okay, cool. Sweet. Okay, re-import. Yeah, reload domain, let's go. The game making you're about to see. You're about to see it, man. Alright, nah, sadly, man. We don't have any cash flow right now. Right now I'm net negative. Hopefully if this game, you know, and future games get some support, then I'd love to do things, at least like start off with maybe some internships or something, and then paid internships, and then go from there. Still having this issue here though. This time though it's different. We're exceeding the index. That means that that means that the increment that's happening is what's happening here? Continue. Ticks. Index equals I. Wait 1 second. Okay, it's -1, so it's still getting to -1. That means even though we're setting the reservations to false, they're still somehow not being caught by this. Interesting. So it's like under. Let's see here, man. Why is this happening? Why are we going under? So for sure, it's still a -1 by this point. We iterate through here. So what's the scenario that's playing out here? I know there's only one reserved slot, or at least that should be the case. There's only one reserved one from the engine. Every other sound effect should be not reserved. It should be a false. Let's verify that as well. In fact, you know what? It's only 10 elements. We can actually just... Do I risk it and put a breakpoint and just inspect the data directly and hope that my Windows manager doesn't hold me hostage? Or do we just... screw it. We'll just print out the thing. Do I want to do that, actually? Let me just check something. Oh, okay, no. Yeah, it's still reserved. So if it's false, it's going to overwrite the value to be false. Okay. You know what? We don't do that here. Here, in this case. Oh, that's it. I'm assuming. Let's hope. Yeah, that might be the case, is that we're filling it up with reservations when we're not meant to in this case. Okay. Hopefully that's the crux of the issue and it just works. Okay, come on. Okay. So far, so good. So far, so good. Yeah, and I think we're good. I mean, I want to stress test it more, but yeah, I think that was it. Let's freaking go, man. It's starting to feel more like an actual proper game, dude. I mean, you added some SFX for getting hurt as well. I think we actually have that, too. I think we actually have that, dude. Help and explain how you get smooth and responsive touch controls in your game. Like a mobile game? Well, it is going to be a mobile game. Here's the thing, right? Because that's a whole thing. But I did, though, every single every single part of this game. So I'm making this within 30 days, right? And every day of dev work has been streamed, and the making of the input system was streamed as well. So I think it might be more informative to just find that one. I didn't label it, so that's my bad. I'm sorry, but yeah, I mean in general it's not too crazy as far as like handling input. The way I'm doing it is I'm just listening for both the on-screen touch input as well as like the keyboard ones, and whichever has the biggest magnitude is the one we use for actual input. And as far as like the actual representation, it's a lot of lerping. It's a bit complicated because this game is actually, you're not moving on the y-axis, you're actually rotating along the z-axis around this cylinder. So you have to do the movement there differently, since you're doing you have an angular velocity as opposed to a translational velocity. But the basic premise is there. Yeah, I kind of want to move this. Yeah. I'm not sure if I should do the compute buffer thing. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have enough time, but at the same time, it'd be so cool, and I feel like this is like the perfect application for it. Like the level gen thing would be the perfect application for that, but we'll see. I suppose we'll see. Yeah, it's exciting. Let me put on the music too before I forget it, before I keep it out forever. But yeah, the game is coming together, man. I'm excited, dude. I'm excited, dude. It's been like a very for as simple of a game as I thought it was gonna be, it's been kind of a roller coaster for me. There's a long period of time where I just didn't, like a few weeks or two, where I was like, I don't know where we're going with this. I'm not sure if we're gonna have anything that looks good at all, and this is gonna be just a public train wreck. But I mean, it can still very well become that, but I feel very excited with how this is coming along. And then besides the level gen stuff, besides tightening up the object culling thing, and then of course actually making good looking environments and fixing the models and stuff and having UI. I think right now I'm bottlenecked by design. I need to design the UIs before I start. I don't want to implement something and then change it because I like a different design instead. So there's gonna be some time needed to just ideate. And then of course you have to do the character customization, the bike customization stuff. But that's like more easy. Like we did all the infrastructure for that like ahead of time, so I think we're gravy on this. Oh yeah, I was gonna do the damage for the player. So when they hit something, they actually make a sound effect. We have sound effects from the old game. Oh, dude, I'm so excited. This game is coming together, man. We have a game, guys. Oh my goodness, I just kind of walked into... I was like, hey, there's a path. Nope. Path. Nope, no path. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. Let's save what we have so far. 1 second. Fixed coins. Audio. SFX play. And fix coins, audio, SFX play, and what else do we fix? feel like we did something else. I can't remember it though. Mustn't have been that important. Refactor time, baby! And then let me go into the dev kit repo as well. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, new light flicker. Oh yeah, we polished the player controls as well, or the player, the flame, whatever. And utility tests. I guess that's what we did. Pause event. Push origin, because of course I have two different names for the same origin I'm using, and nice, dude. The game is coming together, man. The game is coming together, man. Do I have a sound effects for like damage? Do I have sound effects for damage? Let me find that real quick. Yeah, effects, engine gas, rev, idle, explosion. How does that sound? Oh, that's when you actually die. That sounds great, actually. But no, I need to get a... Let's see. Jet dodge up. Speed up switch. Do I not have just damage? I guess I don't. I thought I did. That's a little sad. It has to be here somewhere. There's no shot it's not. What type of game? I'll show you in a second. Let me see if I can just find this damage sound effect. Explosion, gate clink, gate lock, gate motor, gates, heart get. Oh, hit. There we go. Okay, we'll just move that to resources. Do I not have a resource folder here? I should actually. Create a folder. Resources, go back here. Go back to effects. Cool, we're gonna do... Do I have a prefix for audio? I don't think so. I mean, audio, hit. That works for me. That, I don't have to go to click and drag world. I can just... And then we can just do... And then you do null coalescent operator. No. Oh my goodness. Should probably make this a constant, but it's all right. And then on received damage, we can just play S underscore hit, and life is good. See, look how beautiful that API is. That's easy. You just do audio, SFX, play. That's all you want. That's all you need. That's all you need in life. Love it. Okay, so now if the player hits something, we should hear it. I want to read what you said. Trendlessness medias. Can you explain long data type? Like the primitive long? It's just the integer that's bigger than normal integers. Integers are usually like 32 bits, at least in C# it's 32 bits. 32 bits, 4 bytes. Longs are 64 bits. They represent way more data. They have a bigger value range. I don't remember it, but I know it's pretty big. At least a gazillion. Alright, let's see if we can hear it now. Okay, there we go. Not as loud as I'd want it to, honestly. Maybe I have to override the value here. Here we go. Let's make it like twice as loud, or like maybe 1.8, 1.75 as loud. Oh, wrong thing. Here we go. 0.75 F. Okay, let's get a hit. It's amazing how like just some feedback can make things just feel way more responsive. A little bit more louder. Need a little bit more. Come on. Yeah, some crunch, a little crunch. Try to learn JavaScript. I'm really new. Is it hard to learn for a person like me that's not knowing anything? Well, here, the darker path. Every programmer started learning programming without having any knowledge about programming. Like that's you start without knowledge, and you know that's just what it is. All that really matters is, are you willing to look up information, and are you willing to be okay with not knowing stuff? Because that's just how it is, and that's how you learn. Yeah, let's make it even more louder, too. But yeah, if you're willing to, like I believe the majority of people can program. Everyone, even toddlers, have some form of logic that they're dealing with, right? That they operate with. So I feel like anyone can have the aptitude to anyone can learn to program. It's just a matter if it's going to be a thing you put time to, and if you find the part of programming that makes it exciting for you. I think that's the biggest key there. and there's something about coding that's cool and exciting to you, and you see possibilities, and you're gonna be motivated to just keep going and going, because like it's like you're digging for gold. You see possibilities, and it's exciting. Like some people will get a character, like a little picture moving on the screen, and that's just like whatever, right? But for me, at least when I was a kid and I made a picture move across the screen, that was like mind-blowing. I was like, oh my goodness, if I could do that, what else can I do, man? I made a picture move from the screen. What if I made it move, like animated? What if I tried telling a story with it? That's great, though. I'm loving this, dude. I'm loving this. Okay, we have the audio working. Look at that generated map. That's insane. Yeah. I guess the gist, though, is can you learn programming? Yes, you can. Will you? That is your call, my friend. You have the power for that determination. Exciting. Exciting. And that being said, like, we also, I mean, you know, I hate the plug. I mean, there's a lot of ton of resources in general online. Like, now is a time where you can Google and you can find decent resources about coding. There's books, there's plenty of stuff. Examples, projects, repositories. You name it. And then we also have like the Cozy Cabin Games. We have a Discord, and we have a section there to help people out who ask questions about coding and whatnot, or just anything in general, to be honest. So that's a resource you have if you want that. But in general, there's just a ton of things out there. Let's see what we got going on here. So we have the audio working for the coin pickups and for the jet and for getting hurt. Sweet. When you have a sequence for when the player dies, that's a thing we're gonna have to handle. I think I'm gonna have like the application deal with that or something. I don't know. Doesn't matter. We can move it around. I just don't want the player to become humongous and have a ton of responsibilities. Yeah, so I might make something for that. It's kind of an application logic thing, so I feel we're gonna have this handle those transitions. It should be at the top, honestly. Oh, there's a bunch of structures defined here. But yeah, man. What do you think about now? Yeah, thank you, Terrell. You got my thoughts exactly. Yeah, as far as the next steps for this, let's no. Stop compiling when I don't want you to. I don't stop. It's okay. So what did we do? We didn't do particle effects, but we did like the fire and lighting. So that's cool. We got that going on. Yep. SFX of player events. Hit. Hazards. That's happened. We didn't do any speed lines, but that's okay. Pickups is working now. Exciting stuff. We didn't fix the chunk manager or the hazards under specific ranges, but we're getting better. We're getting better at this. I'm actually very, very happy. I think I have to go to the shop and take some time to sketch out the UI and how everything's gonna look. But this is pretty good, man. Anyways, let me go to here. Where am I? Let me find this. One second. Let's see if this actually renders it correctly. But yeah, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hopefully it was chill and laid back vibe. We got a lot of things done today, so I'm actually very, very happy about that. So yeah, I should have done the playoff. Let's see if we can do this again. That was kind of a cool send off during the music stream. Anyways, guys. Thanks for watching. God bless. And until next time, stay cozy, y'all.